Green light, green lights. 60% chance of rain this afternoon, supposedly. Where is that? There we go. 60% chance of rain this afternoon, guys. I'll be back in just a second. Forgot something from the kitchen. Afternoon, everyone. Afternoon. How's it all going? Oh, another 4 hours ahead of us, eh? Another 4 hours ahead of us. Hey, Steve. Good to see you again, mate. No, all the teams do not have wet tyres. Only Haas and Aston Martin have wet tyres. Here we go, Isaac Hadjar, first man out on track. Didn't have to wait as long as yesterday to get the first car out on track in the afternoon. Maybe that's because there is a 60% chance of rain again this afternoon. We had a bit in the morning, didn't we? So Hadjar getting out there, one of our rookies. Oh, why's my TV not working? My phone, shall we say. But yes, we discussed earlier, so basically there is a tyre allocation. The teams let Pirelli know in December what tyres they want for the testing. So they have to look at the weather and just kind of make an assumption based on what they want to take. Now, of course, it never really rains in Bahrain. Even though it's included in the name of the country, it is based in a desert. And I don't think it's... Has it ever rained at Bahrain when we've been here? I think so. Stream is lagging. Is it? Or is it just you? Anyone else stream lagging? Or is it all good? Seems okay my end. All good. Maybe just restart your phone or close down the app and restart it again. Cool. Thank you guys. Thank you for letting me know. Yeah. So basically, Pirelli ask what tyres they want from the start from December, and the teams have to choose them. And Aston Martin and Haas were the only two teams that decided to take some wet tyres. yeah. That's basically it. Normally, because the first race of the season is Bahrain, Pirelli are there, and because the tyres kind of get reused and repurposed, they will use the wet tyres. Like, they'll give everyone basically a free set of wet and intermediate tyres. But because the first race is in Australia this year, because of Ramadan, it's been moved back, the Bahrain race and the Saudi race. They've already had to ship out the tyres to Australia. So that's why they can't take them over. So you saw me in Brad's video. Oh, don't, Andy. Don't. I realised looking down at a camera is not the angle for me. I realised how much weight I've put on. And also, he did me over big time with the short he played. There's plenty of other shorts he could have chosen, but he chose that one in his intro. No, it was a good day out regardless. Cold, very cold, but I always enjoy getting out and doing some karting. I don't do it anywhere near enough. So, yeah. But it was good fun. Appreciate the invite. I know I'm nowhere near as quick as those lads. And I've got a significant weight disadvantage compared to those guys. Oh, Hadjar just had a moment. Hang on. Did he just have a moment, or was it yesterday? Oh, they're talking about yesterday. I just heard they were doing... He had a moment, which is why he's back in the pits. I think they're talking about yesterday. I'm doing a 4-hour race with your son in go-kart soon. Oh, wicked. You're about to start racing my owner kart in May. Oh, nice one. Yeah, I wish I could do more karting, man. Although I might be quite demoralised. I'd have to enter a weight category. The over 100 kilo category. So, a bit of news in regards to Red Bull from what I heard earlier. Liam Lawson wasn't in the car a lot, was he? Yeah, earlier on. He only did 28 laps. Now, the reason for that is because I discovered via the great Googling or Twittering that, where is it? Where's my bookmarks? They had a loss of engine water pressure, which is why Liam Lawson was consigned to the garage for the majority of the AM session. So, well, hopefully they've fixed that. They're interviewing Christian Horner now, so we'll see. Not with those beers. It's not a beer, it's an energy drink. I need some energy to get me through this afternoon session. It's a bit longer. It's a bit more difficult, I feel like, than the morning session. So it's an OTK Cosmic W. Okay, I'll have to have a look. I have no idea what that is I have no idea what car that is. My knowledge on go-karts is terrible. Non-existent, to be honest with you. I did, Rob, and I appreciate the offer. It's all good. It's all good. I know I can get my I rating higher. It's just a lack of it's more so just a lack of races what I do. If I had more time to do more back-to-back races. So it's all right, man. I appreciate the offer regardless, though. What's it called? An OTK Cosmic W. Oh, wow. That's proper. That's a proper car, isn't it? Hey, Ace. I know, man. Good to see you, though. Good to see you, buddy. Is Hamilton in the PM session? He's not, I believe. So the afternoon... I need to change that, actually. I think the afternoon session, the only drivers who are still in the seat will be Liam Lawson and Carlos Sainz, who is out on track at the moment. So, oh, here we go. Afternoon session. Yep, Liam Lawson, Carlos Sainz, Lando Norris, Charles Leclerc, Antonelli, Lance Stroll, Jack Doohan, Ollie Behrman, Isaac Hadjar, and Gabriel Bortoletto. So yes, Liam Lawson and Carlos Sainz, the only two drivers who are in the car all day. So that means Max Verstappen and Albon will be in the car tomorrow. And I imagine everyone's splitting the responsibilities again tomorrow as well, who hasn't already. When the season starts, Lewis may just be slightly slower than Leclerc in qualifying. I hope Lewis doesn't feel down, and when that happens, he hates being slower than his teammates. I think if the gap is, I think as long as the gap is, close to Leclerc, and he's there or thereabouts, like on the second row, I think he'll feel comfortable. Of course, he'll want to be on the front row, but yeah. I think there's so many varying reasons as to why his qualifying wasn't good at Mercedes last year in particular. And he just ended up getting in his own head as well. When I feel like there's more mitigating circumstances as to why his qualifying was poor. And yeah, once you as any sportsman, like, once you get in your own head. I mean, if anyone's played golf at any level here, once you get in your own head, you know it's over, don't you? You know you might as well call it quits and just try again the next day, because yeah, it's terrible. Hope Williams have a decent car this season. Yeah, I think, well, yeah, we'll see. I no doubt they're going to have made improvements. I hope that they actually put development in the car this year. I know they've got a lot of focus on 2026, but they've got a great driver lineup at the moment, and they need to utilise that. And I just hope they don't waste it, and they don't shift focus to 2026 so much, but this year is a total write-off for them. Because, yeah, you need to use it. That's the best driver lineup they've had in a very long time, and arguably too good for where they are, or where they have been on the grid. So, no, I appreciate it, Rob. Appreciate it, man. Maybe. As long as he's not consistently 2 to 3 tenths slower, Lewis Hamilton behind Charles Leclerc. Yeah, I don't think he will be. I think it'll be considerably closer. I think he will out-qualify Charles in some instances. But the problem for Lewis is that he was in a car that even if he had a poor qualifying, he'd have a much better race, but the car wasn't capable of making up 5 positions in a race. Like, he was starting down in 7th, 8th position, because that's how good the Mercedes was, really. And if he's in the Ferrari and a poor qualifying for him is still like 4th, well, he's only got 3 cars ahead of him, which he can overtake, which he can out-strategize and out-drive. So, if that's at worst. So, yeah, it's at least 50% in the mind with golf. Mate, it's more than 50%. It's like 70%. 70% in the mind, 30% physical. I use RaceLab overlays for my sim racing content, yeah. This here is multi-viewer. Sainz going for it, yeah. 29.8 just there. That's his fastest lap. Sub 30 seconds. Or 1:30. Charles Leclerc is out on track now. Let's see what he can do in that Ferrari this afternoon. Has that Ferrari made genuine improvements? It looked good in Lewis's hands earlier on this morning. So, those fast laps of his did look very good. So let's see what Charles can do as well. It's going to be like George's last few years. Yeah. You're a pretty good golfer, but I have bouts of shanks once or twice a year. Should have just gone home if I have one on course, because 25 more are coming. Yeah, once you get the shanks, it's tough. Yeah, it is tough. How do I think Lewis will do in his first year? I think it'll be a positive year. I'm not going to commit to anything. You have to wait for my predictions, which I'm posting later. Not to tease you all, but I think it's going to be a positive year for Lewis. I really do think it is. Don't upset Max fans here, but if he starts lower down in the grid this year, we may see plenty of torpedo incidents. Well, this is it, isn't it? Is that if Red Bull don't provide Max a good enough car, he's going to have to force the issue. And when Max has to force the issue, carbon fibre parts start to fly. if people don't decide to move out of the way. And I don't think many drivers now are going to move out of the way of Max. I don't think, especially youth, I don't think they're afraid of him. George Russell definitely won't move out of the way of him, and I don't think Oscar Piastri will. Antonelli won't. Lawson, maybe even Lawson would have. Maybe team orders may come into play if he's in Max's way. But yeah, oh no, it's raining again. Don't rain. If it rains, then we don't get any running, do we? Come on. Drops to stay for the next 20 to 30 minutes. Ugh. Piastri move out of the way if Norris is winning. Well, will he? Will he? I mean, even when team orders were in play and he was told to give the position to Lando, and in the sprint race at Brazil, when they finally said, yeah, we're prioritising Lando, he didn't give that position back to Lando until it was arguably too late. Until it was too late, which was absolute madness. Whereas he should have done it. He had so many more opportunities for him to do it, but he just refused to do it. So I don't think Piastri would play ball. Unless he was like really, really out of the season. This is multi-viewer. I mean, Piastri will move out of Max's way if Norris is winning. Oh, yeah. Well, what? Just like he did in Brazil. That still rolls me up, that. Like, Max... and Piastri literally held the door open and ushered Max through into turn one. It was just such a pathetic... It wasn't even a defence. He just let Max through, which was just very frustrating to watch. So, I mean, Max might have still got Piastri, but he might have held him up sufficiently enough so that something may have happened with Max in those conditions. You never know. But yeah, it was just unbelievable. I mean, if I was McLaren, I would have given him an absolute bollocking for that. But that's McLaren. I don't think they have the balls to do that. So, unlike other teams and stuff, so, and team principals. What time is it here? It is 20 past 12, 20 past midday. It feels like, well, I've been awake hours, but it feels like I've been awake for like a whole day already. So, 8 PM where you from? Was lucky to catch your stream early today. Oh, wicked, Puz. That's perfect timing for you. This will be finishing at midnight for you. But yeah, thank you everyone for tuning in. As always, we've got 3 hours, 40 minutes ahead of us. Hopefully we get a consistent amount of running here today. This morning was interrupted with rain, but thankfully they were able to get back out there and with a drying track. But it is, specks of rain are starting to drop now, which we expect for the next 20 to 30 minutes is what we've been told by the Ferrari pit wall. So yeah, lap times may not be quick in relative terms to what we saw this morning yet, as Charles Leclerc does a 30.9, which is decent. But yeah. Anthony, there's about 20 lockups this testing. Just finding the limit of the car. Just finding the limit. At least he's doing that and not doing it straight into the barrier like he did at Monza. Interestingly, I do think that's a driver. That's a driver issue, not necessarily a setup issue. It could be, you never know. But I feel like it's a driver issue. More so than George Russell was able to basically get around his testing without any lockups. But you never know what setups they're running and stuff. So, looks like a lot of vibration at Mercedes. Something going on with him, isn't there? But he needs to adjust either in himself with the way that he's braking and driving, or anything else. Yeah, multi-viewer. Just looking at something. Lol. So apparently the I've just seen some images here that the Mercedes rear wing is flexing more than the McLaren rear wing in Baku. The one that caused such a hoo-ha. The McLaren rear wing is flexing more. Well, well, well. We'll see what happens of that, eh? People saying it might be suspension. People confusing tyre and suspension movement with wing movement. You can see this as a visual aid to discern between the two. So yeah. Ooh. Mercedes doing naughty things, are they? Flirting with the regs. What's the website? Multiviewer. Quite funky to see the McLaren half painted green during test day 1. Yeah, I know. Well, they showed Stake F1 how their car should look. Hey, Liam Lawson is out there, by the way. I'm just looking at the TV coverage, which is behind. So yeah, Liam Lawson. They sorted that engine issue, that water pressure issue that they had with the car this morning, which only allowed him to do 28 laps. So he's now out there doing some more. Jack Doohan's out there as well. But no one out there really on fresh tyres yet, other than Jack Doohan. We'll see if there's any more low runs. Sainz seems to be on a good lap, 28.922. So let's keep an eye out on Carlos Sainz. No doubt he's on a medium now, be able to do that. So let's see how he gets on. But his lap, I think, yeah, he's backed out. He caught traffic with Liam Lawson, so that's a shame. That's a shame. We was on a flying lap there with Carlos Sainz, but he's had to back out due to traffic. I mean, there's only 5 cars on track. How has he caught traffic? Unbelievable. I think you can watch the live coverage on YouTube. Sky TV have got it streaming free, which is very generous of them. I don't ever give anything away for free. Where is Verstappen? Tomorrow. He's in the car all day tomorrow, guys. That's where he's going to be at. Thank you, Ken, for the sub, by the way. Much appreciated. Do they use mediums in quali around here? They've been using them for... They've been using them for their quali run, for their pace runs, yeah. Because there's 2 different types of compound they're using here this week for the medium, sorry, for the hards, mediums, and softs. So the medium, one of the medium compounds, which is the C3, is the soft tyre that would be here. So yes, the medium tyre that they're probably using to do their push laps here is the soft compound tyre that you would see at Bahrain. But for this test, it's considered a medium tyre. So where am I watching live? I'm watching on Sky TV on my phone. So I have it propped up here as support. But of course, I can't show you any images because if I did, that would be breach of copyright. So, which is a no-no. Oh, Charles Leclerc putting in some laps now, up into P5. That's not bad, considering he's on 11-lap-old mediums there. Carlos Sainz is probably on another cool-down lap, so hopefully he'll get another push lap. Lawson only went out there and did a few laps. That's not boding well. Kimi Antonelli, green in the first and second sector there. He did the most laps out of anyone, I think, yesterday, didn't he? 78 laps, something like that, he did. Alex Albon's in the commentary box. Wow. We will soft action only at Melbourne. You want to see the times on the softs? They probably won't run them. They may run them tomorrow. They might not even see them at all. So pretty sure someone did 86 laps yesterday. Did they? Maybe that was Kimi. I can't remember. He definitely did a considerable amount of laps. Right, Sainz is on another flying lap. Let's keep an eye out on him. DRS open down into turn 1. Looks like he's got a clear track this time, so should have a good opportunity. And this Hadjar decides to spin the car ahead of him. He's looked pretty pacey today, Sainz, in that Williams. Of course, we don't know fuel load, engine modes, etc. But for him to still be putting in the times that he is, that is very good. And yes, fastest of anyone. Faster than even Lewis Hamilton in the first sector of 28.762. So let's see how much quicker he can go. No doubt the track may be getting quicker in the afternoon, as we saw yesterday. So let's see. So through turn 10. Looks all okay through there. Turn 11, we've seen a few wobbles through turn 11 from Sainz himself today and a few others. So can he keep it within track limits? A corner that's very high loaded through there, pushing and leaning on the right-hand side of the car. And then on the other side, through turn 12, second sector is a 38.3, which is second fastest. He's only 0.06 of a second behind Lewis Hamilton. So at the moment, he is behind the fastest lap of the day. But if it is a good last sector here, last couple of corners, let's see how he has done. Is he able to go to the top of the timing sheets, or will it be just behind Lewis? And he does go to the top of the timing sheets by 0.13 of a second at 29.366 from Carlos Sainz. Ooh. Very promising from the Williams. Of course, we don't know fuel load, we don't know battery mode or engine mode, but it's still very good to see Carlos Sainz in a Williams at the top of the timing sheets in testing. Going to be a good season for him, I think. I think it's going to be a good season for Carlos Sainz. Albon said, Albon's just said in the commentary box, saying, to be honest, I think he's got up to speed with the car straight away. So yeah, Sainz has got up to speed with the car straight away, coming from his teammates, who has been at the team for a very long time. If Sainz kills it, it kills off Albon. I totally agree. Yeah. I think it depends. It depends on where Albon... It depends on how Albon's season is. Of course, there's lots of caveats and context to a season. But if they both have, let's say, good seasons, I feel like Carlos's good season is going to be comfortably in the top, finishing in the top 10. And Albon would be like maybe around 10th place, 11th place in the standings. So we'll see. It's going to be a very interesting inter-team battle, that's for sure. Williams only needs stability, and Sainz is the most known for this, in my opinion. Yeah, he's super consistent, Sainz. Super consistent. Like, he finished third. Did he finish fourth in the standings last year? I think he finished fourth in the standings last year. Let's just check that and make sure I'm not chatting. Did he finish fourth? He finished behind Piastri. He finished fifth. Did he finish fifth? Fifth, sorry. I think he finished fifth. I'm doing that right. I'm checking right now. We are checking. We are checking. He finished fifth, sorry. But he finished 2 points behind Oscar Piastri, and he missed the race. And he missed a race in Saudi. And he still finished 2 points behind Oscar Piastri in the McLaren. So that's not bad. That is not bad by any means. Good news for Zhou's fans across the world. He's joined Ferrari. Yes, he has done. Yes, Zhou Guanyu is the reserve driver for Ferrari. Probably a paid position. I can't imagine they probably took Zhou on out of winning this. Zhou's camp probably went and paid him paid Ferrari a considerable amount of money. But yeah, he is their reserve driver. More consistency means less crash and more money. Exactly, Lee. And that's something Williams can't afford. I mean, that's something I flagged about Albon, is that he crashed a lot of times in practice last year and got caught up in a lot of incidents. Like, he did a lot of damage to that car that I think kind of got overlooked because his teammate was Sargent. But yeah, I mean, I still think what he did in Australia was unforgivable. If I was James Vowles, I would be like banging his head against a wall, going, we told you not to bloody crash the car. We've got no spare parts. We haven't got a spare chassis. But it wasn't like he even crashed in qualifying, pushing on the limit, or someone crashed into him, or he got caught up in an incident in the race. He did it in FP1. FP1! That's just someone of his caliber, someone of his experience. That's just not acceptable. Bearman up into P14. The Haas team still refusing to bolt on a lower wing and turn the engines up. Some of the slowest top speeds we've seen from Ocon this morning. But Carlos Sainz looking promising. Liam Lawson back out there. Good to see Liam Lawson back out there. Hopefully he'll be able to do a push lap at some point as well today. So, no one on fast laps at the moment. No. The best thing to keep an eye out on, Jacob, when they are on fast laps, I'll keep you updated on when someone is on a fast lap. But you can generally tell when they come out on a fresh set of mediums. So when there's a 0 against their name on the mediums, they're most likely going to be going on a push lap. And then they get into their run plan, or they come straight back into the pits after that. So. But yeah, that's going to be intriguing to see how Albon gets on. I want him to do well. I do want him to do well. Hang on. Decent amount now is what Bearman is reporting, and they've literally got their cameras on a puddle, and they can see the raindrops in the puddle. So there is rain out there at the moment. So let's see. Rain, stay away. Right, so what have we got here? So Oscar Piastri's not in the car anymore. Lando Norris is yet to go out. Bortoletto's yet to go out, as is Lance Stroll. Jack Doohan has been doing some laps. Charles Leclerc up there in P5 at the moment. I'm intrigued to see what Charles Leclerc can do. Afternoon, Gavin. Yeah, I'm very well. Thank you. You? Oh, they've got weather conditions. Rain. 54% humidity. And it is raining right now. I mean, we've got that up here. This is the data, but they're showing right now on TV. All up here. What are my thoughts on Mercedes' season based on the tests thus far? I think they look better. The car definitely looks less of... definitely looks less troublesome to handle than what we've seen over the past few years, that's for sure. Of course, Antonelli's seems to be still trying to get the grips with the car. I'm not sure what's going on there with him, whether that's driver issue or if that's something to do with maybe the setup he's running on the car or something, or configuration. He's having a lot of lockups, but the car looks a lot better. Still seems to be, from what we've seen, just a little bit off the pace of the Ferrari, where we kind of expected them at the end of where we saw them last year. But yeah, we'll see. I still think, while they may have made improvements, Mercedes, and they may fight for a few more race wins this year or be a bit closer to the top three, I still don't think they're going to have closed up enough. I just think they've ballsed up I've said it a few times, they've ballsed up the regulations, and because of that, they've always been on the back foot. They've been at least a year behind in development, and it wouldn't surprise me if we see their focus shift very heavily towards 2026 quite soon. If they realise from the get-go, from very early on, if they realise we'll keep an eye out on Charles Leclerc, by the way, because he's on a fresh set of mediums, so he should be going for a push lap as he's coming down to turn 14 now. But just to finish off my point on Mercedes, I think if they discover very early on that they are quite off the pace and they aren't going to be able to fight for race wins, I think they'll just shift focus completely onto 2026, and they'll use this year as just a testing year for Antonelli and for Russell. there won't be much stock in this season, but we'll see. We'll see. Right, Charles Leclerc on a fast lap, I believe, or on a push lap. So DRS Open will indicate that. Yes, he is. So on a fresh set of mediums, let's see what he can do. He has only done laps on used mediums at the moment. So this is his first go on a push lap. Let's see what he can do. So 28.9 in the first sector. That's 4th fastest. That's a couple of attempts behind Hamilton and 3 attempts, interestingly, behind Carlos Sainz, his former teammate, now Williams driver. So that's interesting. Wait, Lawson is PM2. No, Max. No, Max is in the car all day tomorrow. So Sainz and Lawson in the car all day today. Tomorrow, Albon and Max. So there we go. Turn 12. It's going to be a second sector time, and it's a 38.3 for Charles Leclerc, and that is basically the same time as what Carlos Sainz did in the second sector, about a tenth and a bit about a tenth slower than his teammate Lewis Hamilton. So this is going to be a good time, unless it's a mega last sector though. It won't be fastest. Could be just a couple of attempts down as it currently stands. As it goes across the finish line, where does he go? Charles Leclerc, 4th fastest. Noticeably looked like he went slower in those last couple of corners there. It looked like the marker was slowing up. So yes, 2 tenths off of Carlos Sainz down in the last sector, and that's only a P4 for Charles Leclerc at the moment, 29.814. How come... Sorry, Leo, you've mentioned Sainz made McLaren become a great midfielder before. He did it at Ferrari. I guess this is Mr. Smooth Operator. Yeah, he's consistent. I think he's very unfortunate to not... I think we know he's very unfortunate to lose his seat at Ferrari. So... How come Red Bull was so dominant at one point and slipped back so quickly? All because of the flexi wings? So... where do we want to go with this? Where do we want to go with this, guys? So, firstly, I'll answer Danny's question. Does the SF25 look stable? That's the new Ferrari car. Yes, it looks a lot better than it did yesterday. And that's been indicated by the way Lewis Hamilton set at 29.3. And Charles Leclerc, no doubt, will improve some more as well. But yeah, it did look very good earlier on in Lewis's hands. And I'm yet to see it in Charles's hands on TV. But no doubt it's probably similar as well. So, Red Bull, how come they were so dominant and how come they slipped back so quickly? So, this is the big kind of question, isn't it? Is that how were they caught so quickly? Because they were dominant at the start of the year. Max still won 5 out of the first 7 races. Bahrain, he won by like 25 seconds. Like he's when you look at the first 5 races he won, he was still dominant in the way that he won. I don't think he won any of those races. Imola was the first one where he won. He didn't win by like 10 or more seconds, I think it was. So that the advantage in his winning margin was still massive. And then it just like disappeared, didn't it? It just disappeared. I do think there is something on their car that they were told to remove. And now it could be that it was to do with the asymmetric braking. Now, why do people think it's the asymmetric braking? Well, because, of course, there was that clarification in the regs about it. Which seemed a bit odd. And then, secondly, Max started to have lots of issues mid-corner. He started to have lots of... he started to have more lockups. He started to have... lots of understeer for the corners, and you join the dotted lines up. That is the sort of issue you'll see if an asymmetric braking device is removed from a car. Because an asymmetric braking device will basically have you'll be able to change the brake balance basically from left to right rather than back to front, which is legal to do. Now, there's also the fact that because of this sliding for the corners and the more understeer, they were starting to wear their tyres more. And the strength of the Red Bull wasn't just the fact of it they had good top speed and they were efficient with DRS open, but they could go faster for so much longer because they just did not wear the tyres down. compared to Ferrari, compared to Mercedes, compared to McLaren. That was their true advantage. And it just seems coincidental that they just started to see these issues and experience these issues and fall off in pace when that reg came out and was clarified. I don't know. I mean, that just seems like me. Just seems like me that it was that was it. And then I do also think it's a combination of that happening, and then not to discredit the other teams, because they definitely made great leaps in their development, and I think McLaren at the same time massively improved, as did Ferrari, and it was just like they met in the middle basically, or even overtook Red Bull. So yeah, I still think that's the case. I don't think they'll ever admit it. I don't think the FIA will ever admit it. The FIA are known to not be very transparent when it comes to this sort of stuff. They still haven't officially, openly admitted the Ferrari fuel flow saga, I believe. I don't think that's come because of leaks. That's come from people in the know at Ferrari and at the FIA. That hasn't been officially announced by the FIA, but that's what they did. And they just announced that an undisclosed penalty was agreed with Ferrari over it. And they massively denied it at the time that anything had happened. So the FIA have history of telling the teams to remove things from their car because they have found it to be illegal or not in the spirit of the regulations, and then they don't relay that to us, to the fans and to the public, and then we have to have the guessing work. But I'm glad they did, because even if they did, I'm glad they did, because it provided us a great season last year. So I'm not angry, but if they were told to remove a said device, because they massively improved, didn't they? They massively improved the championship. So yeah. Right, doing on a flying lap at the moment. I'll get back to your questions in a second. He's green in the first and second sector. Let's see what he can do overall. Every lap counts for Jack Doohan. Every lap is an opportunity for him to showcase that he deserves to be in F1. And it's a 30.368 for him. Not too bad. Ahead of his teammate from this morning. That's what he needs to do, Doohan. He needs to think that every single lap is an advert for his services in F1. Lando is just chilling in the pits. So McLaren didn't have an issue yesterday. I thought they had an issue. They admitted that their run plan is to not rush. They're not going out there and rushing to get loads of laps in from the get-go. They're basically just chilling for the first hour, which is what they did yesterday, and they did this morning with Piastri as well. So yeah, they'll be out there. He'll be out there. So Red Bull were awful on the hard tyre last year. The mediums wasn't that good. The hards were fine. I mean, look, overall, that you just noticeably saw a difference in their tyre management. You saw a massive drop-off in their tyre management. And some people have said that it's also because that they went a different direction with their concepts. I don't subscribe to that. I mean, at the end of the day, the advantage that they lost from the start of the season to like 6 races in is unprecedented. You don't go from winning races by 25, 15, 20 seconds to then not like winning them at all and struggling. Like that's crazy. That's absolutely crazy. That's unprecedented. And I know obviously McLaren made strides forward, as did Ferrari, but nah, that's never happened. An advantage like that has never been pared back so much by natural development before in such a short amount of time. So that's why I think there's more to it. Can't wait to see Ben Cilliam appearing on TV everywhere this year. Oh, God, yeah. Shaking every driver's hand that comes onto the podium. Like, he's always there when the drivers get out of their cars. He's like, yeah, I'm ready to shake your hand. It's like, do one. So, do drivers share a car in testing? They do, Shamods. Yes, so they most teams will do an AM session and a PM. So there is an AM session and a PM session. Most of them will split the day between both drivers, but some will choose not to. Because that's just how they want to do things. They want to see, they want to make changes and have the same driver fill those changes throughout the duration of a day. So the only teams that have done that thus far are Red Bull and Williams, with Carlos Sainz today and Liam Lawson today in the Red Bull. And then tomorrow it will be switched between Max Verstappen and Alex Albon. So I hope Cadillac will give one of their seat to doing if he's good. I mean, there's so many people vying for that Cadillac seat, isn't there? So many people vying for it. How is Hamilton doing? Yeah, he did well earlier on. So he's not in the car this afternoon, Devinder. But he was out this morning and he looked good. Looked very good. Watched a few onboard laps and he was the fastest of the morning session. And yeah, that Ferrari looked a lot more balanced. There was very, very minimal corrections in the steering wheel. And it looked like the car did what he wanted to do. So, yeah. Red Bull 2021 caught up rapidly to Mercedes' second half of the season. So it's in the nature of Red Bull to drop rapidly or gain rapidly. Don't think so. No, they were pretty neck and neck for most of the season. It was only kind of towards the end of the season where Mercedes were able to... Where Mercedes obviously brought a new engine in and they were able to like completely fight them off. So Antonelli up into P5, 29.784. How is Sainz doing? He's doing a good job. He's at the top of the timing sheets at the moment. He's been in the car all day, and yeah, he's been looking solid. Been looking good in that Williams. Sorry, guys. Bear with me. Hey, Dusker. I'm doing very well, thank you. Anthony, good to see you. Welcome, guys. Welcome, everyone, for tuning in this afternoon. I hope your Thursday's treating you very well, and I hope I'm helping you get through it. We have 3 hours, 11 minutes left of this afternoon session. So, yeah. Hey, only 18 on the hour graph. Yes, so Max Verstappen and Alex Albon aren't in the cars today, so that's why there's only 18. They'll be in the cars tomorrow. They'll be doing all day. So Norris still yet to go out, and Stroll yet to go out as well. I'm really surprised with Aston Martin. What are they doing? Only 45 laps again this morning from Alonso. That's what he did roughly yesterday. Stroll, is he only going to do the similar again this afternoon? Of course, it's quality over quantity, shall we say, but You think bigger teams are running a lower engine mode? Is it a really benefit to do so? I mean, surely you'd want to know how the car performs on the limit. Well, yes, you do want to run on a lower engine mode because one... At the same, I need to check, but I am not sure if the engines from testing. I'm not sure if the engines from testing count for the engine allocation for the year. I don't think they do. But yeah, I mean, they're not going to turn their engines all the way up to spicy mode because that's not what they run the engines at for the majority of the race. I think they probably run engine modes. I reckon they probably run them where they're supposed to be. The best way to probably hide some pace is with fuel. So basically, the fuel, every 10 kilograms of fuel added to the car equates to 0.3 seconds of lap time per lap. So I think they don't count 3 sessions. Yeah, I didn't think so because it's a considerable amount of mileage they're going to cover, isn't it, in 3 days? But yeah, I think it's I think they do have engine modes turned down, and they probably do run spicy engine modes for certain parts of the track, and then maybe turn them down for like different sectors to try and hide some pace. The thing is, the reason why teams kind of sandbag and stuff, and why that's obviously a term, is, and they don't want to show their true pace, is because they don't want to kind of show any advantage of maybe an innovation that they've got on the car. Something to do with the engine or something. Like, they don't want to alert any other team to a potential advantage they can have, even if it's for like 2 races, and then it gets caught onto, and then they get told to remove it from the car. They wanted to be. People say it's cheating, but it's about flirting with the regulations and trying to work your way around the regulations. I mean, that's just a bigger part of building a car, as it is as fundamental as driving in F1. So that's why they will probably try and turn engine maps down and so forth. But with the engines also not changing really from last year, because the engine regs haven't changed, they probably know what the capabilities of the engines are. There's no need for them to stress test them. It's more about the aero and trying to extract performance from elsewhere on the car. The grey areas, as they like to call it, TC. The grey areas. Hey, Cisco, good to see you. Nero, do you think Carlos Sainz driving for Williams will put them in the top 10 this year? Well, they are already in the top 10. Because there's only 10 teams on the grid. Sorry, so I'm sorry to be smart. Do you mean put him in the top 10, or like the drivers into the top 10? I think Carlos Sainz will finish in the top 10. I think Carlos Sainz will definitely extract more out of that car than what Alex Albon can do, and I do think that he'll get them higher than maybe where they should be. But what I'm intrigued to see is, look, it's like any kind of sport. When you are paired up with or playing with players that are better than you, or you're playing against a player that's better than you, oh, there's a yellow flag. Well, that was a brief yellow flag there. Did Antonelli go off? Did something happen? That was a very short yellow flag. Why was that thrown? I wonder. They're on board with Kimi Antonelli at the moment on the TV coverage, but a little bit far behind, so we'll see. I think... I lost my train of thought now. Yeah, so basically, when you're paired up and you're playing with other people and stuff like that, playing with better players, you raise your game. You raise your game. They make people around them better. And I think that's what will happen with Alex Albon. At least I'm hoping. Yeah, I think they will end up... I think he'll raise his game, but how much will he be able to raise his game? At least I hope he'll be able to. Oh, yeah, big lockup. And he went off briefly. Is that really warranting a yellow flag? I know that was removed very quickly, but... Yeah, something wrong with Antonelli. Either the way he's driving at the moment, or something wrong with the car, setup of the car, he's struggling with, because he's locking up a lot. Or he's just pushing. He might just be pushing the car too much, maybe trying to find the limits of the car. Maybe that's what they want from him. Go find the limits of the car. So... Didn't Honda, Ferrari and Alpine do a reliability upgrade late last season? Maybe. Kimi's using the iRace. Kimi's using the sim racing line. He is using track limits to his advantage at the moment to try and open up the corners as much as possible. He's definitely trying to find the track limits of Bahrain and of the car. He's definitely doing that at the moment. Just finding his way around. He's going for it, yeah. It looks like it. It really does look like it. He's trying loads of wide angles, like entries, trying to open up the corners as much as possible. But I think what he's doing there is, by doing that, he's maybe picking up some pickup on the tyres. And he's just going too wide into the entry of a lot of corners. So I'm sure he'll tidy it up. Yeah, I don't actually know about Honda and Ferrari and Alpine doing a reliability upgrade last season. I'm not sure. But I mean, the engines are really reliable anyway. It's only Alpines that have blown up recently, like in Vegas. So, who's going to finish last this year? Does anyone stand out? I don't have much faith in Stake F1. Yeah. I don't have much faith in them. Why is Leclerc going so slow on new tyres? Did he do a push lap last time around? He hasn't done a push lap, so I think he's building up again. He might have made a mistake or caught traffic in his first lap. If he's on his second lap here, he's just trying to build up the battery, no doubt, and he's probably going to go for another fast run. So we'll stay tuned with this, as Carlos Sainz probably is as well. So let's stay on board with Carlos Sainz and Charles Leclerc here, because it looks like they're going to both go for a push lap. Let's see. No fear when you're young, exactly. Hamilton only done 45 laps today compared to yesterday's 70. Even Gasly only has 40 laps. Yeah, they were interrupted for an hour with rain, though. So, give them benefit of the doubt there. Right, here we go. Carlos Sainz on a flying lap, and I think on a push lap, as will Charles Leclerc. Yes. So, DRS open for Carlos Sainz down into turn 1, as is Charles Leclerc. So, let's see. Maybe Charles Leclerc went for a second warm-up lap, or normally it's because maybe he made an error in the first push lap, or it's just a case of coming into traffic. I think that's more so what it was, coming into the traffic of Carlos Sainz. But right, through turn 4, first sector time from Carlos Sainz, and it is purple from Carlos Sainz in the first sector again. How about Charles Leclerc through the first sector? And he has not taken purple first sector from Carlos Sainz. So his teammates from last year for the past few seasons is quicker in the Williams. I'm going for it. I don't care about the caveats of fuel and engine modes and so forth. Carlos Sainz is looking good. He's looking promising in that Williams. So, through turn 11 for Carlos Sainz, exit of turn 12 is where the next sector line is going to be. So, Carlos Sainz, purple again in the middle sector, a 38.214. He has taken that fastest sector, middle sector, away from Lewis Hamilton, as Charles Leclerc cannot beat Carlos Sainz, although he is only a couple of hundredths a second behind Sainz in that middle sector. So, he has stayed with him a bit, but he's still about a tenth behind. Carlos Sainz across the line. Is it purple again? No, but it is an improvement on the last lap that he set of 29.348. How about Charles Leclerc? How's his last sector? It's better. It's an improvement, but it's still not quick enough. It's still under a tenth, though, for Charles Leclerc on Sainz. Both Ferraris within a tenth of Carlos Sainz in the Williams in P1. So, a 22.4. He actually lost 2 tenths in the last sector there, Carlos Sainz, on his fastest last sector. So, there's potential there for Carlos Sainz to get down to a 29.1 there on that lap. I'm not sure where that 2 tenths was lost, but pacey from Sainz. But interesting, Hamilton and Leclerc just under a tenth separating them from Sainz. But wow, wowee. Wowee! Oof. Low fuel, probably, but who cares? Who cares? Sainz is bringing that Williams to life, yeah. If Alonso has a race-winning car, I've absolutely no doubt he'll win races. Oh, that'd be tasty, wouldn't it, to see him in a race-winning car? So Williams have always been a quick car. They've just had crap drivers. Yeah, I can't disagree. I don't think Albon's ever really truly extracted the pace out of the Williams. I think he's done better than most would, as Lando Norris is out there. I didn't even realise Lando Norris has been out there for 8 laps. Yeah, it just shows that, I mean, let's just put it this way, right? Would you ever have seen Logan Sargent or Nicholas Latifi topping the timing screens, even in testing? Hell no. Hell no. Who's my favourite driver in Formula 1 at the moment? I am a big Lewis Hamilton fan. I've never denied it. So yeah, Lewis Hamilton. It's like when Montoya joined Williams, he became a beast with it. I'm looking forward to this season, yeah. Leclerc definitely on the lower engine mode. Yes, look, I don't expect the Williams to be quicker than Leclerc and Hamilton in the Ferrari. It's more likely they're running a lower engine mode or they've got more fuel on board the car. As I mentioned previously, it's around 10 kilograms of fuel equates to around 3 temps per lap. That's the kind of base sum. So, yeah. I mean, Latifi's the GOAT. Go Tiffy. That's why I mentioned Go Tiffy. I mean, considering the way Sainz has brought Williams to life, could we expect more from Alonso to contribute to Aston Martin improving? Well, this is it. I think if you look at every team Alonso has been at since he left Renault, they've got worse. Arguably, you could say, okay, unfortunate to not win a title with Ferrari, but every team he's got to has got worse. There's a common denominator there, isn't there? And then when he leaves, they have an uptick in performance. I'm just saying, like, it's a pattern. It's not a coincidence. When's the last time Williams had a race winner driving for them? Massa? Was Massa the last time won a race with Williams? When was the last? Yeah, when was the last race that Williams won? It's been a very long time, isn't it? Race victories, 114 race victories. Last win. 2012. Pastor Maldonado. What was it? Pastor Maldonado. Oh, dear. Williams' last win was Pastor Maldonado. The Spanish Grand Prix. In 2012. Wow. 12 years ago. Maldonado, the GOAT, mentioned. I know. Massa, he's the last one that previously won a race. No, he wasn't. It was Maldonado. Massa was the last one to lead a race for Williams, which was Silverstone. When they qualified 1-2. Do you remember? No, they qualified. Massa, like, literally launched himself for the middle, didn't he? And got into P1 on the Mercedes. And Bottas was there as well. Where is he now that F1 needs him again? No, no one needs Pastor Maldonado again. More terminologies in F1. Oh, if there's anything that I mention, I can't think of any off the top of my head, but if there's anything you've got, throw them my way and I'll explain them for you. Has any team ever qualified 1 and 20? Yeah, I'm pretty sure Sergio Perez. I think Max and Sergio have been able to do that a few times, haven't they? Not too long in F1 the last few years. Surely they have. That's the last one I can think of off the top of my head. Maldonado was fast, just ridiculously inconsistent. He took 4 different lines across 4 different consecutive laps. Yeah, and also he was just like a menace. He had no sense. He had literally no spatial awareness. Not without penalties. I think Perez has qualified 20th, isn't he? With a I mean, he's crashed out, isn't he, in qualifying? And qualified 20th, and Max finished in P1. Not qualified first. I could be wrong. But Maldonado did have some good races, though. It wasn't like he was talentless. No, but then it's also like you have some highs, but then your highs are kind of outweighed by how many lows you've had and how many silly mistakes you've had. That's the thing, so. Rear end of that McLaren is so soft today, Connor. Amount of roll you can see is crazy under steer central. To be honest, I haven't seen any footage of it. I haven't been paying attention to the video footage of the McLaren, so I will check that. But thank you for the update. We will see if they make any changes to that McLaren. No doubt they will. It is dry out there, thankfully, which means we've still got running. How many engine allocations for each car per season? Is it 4 this year? I think they increased it to 4. Or was that the gearboxes they increased to 4? Or is it still 3? What's the different compound type tyres? So there's 6 different types of compounds. There is C1 to C6, C1 being the hardest type and C6 being the softest type. Now the C6 is a new compound tyre this year, so it's technically an ultra soft tyre, but it's only going to be used at street circuits. Now this week, the tyres, there's 2 different types of compound tyre. So you've got 2 types of hard, 2 types of medium, 2 types of soft. But at the race weekends, there will only ever be 3 elements of compound tyre chosen out of those 6 different types. And Bahrain is an example, because it's a very high abrasive track surface and there's a couple of high loaded corners, the degradation's quite high, so they run the hardest compound tyre that you can here, from the C1 to the C3. So what we see today, all these push laps are being set on the medium compound tyre, because in effect, at the Bahrain race weekend, that will be the soft compound tyre that they will use. Hope that makes sense. Gearbox is unlimited now. That's it. Yes, they've altered the gearbox. Yes. But is it 4 engines? I think it's 4. I think it's 4 engines? Am I muted? No, I'm still here. Cool. Let me have a look. Let me have a look. It's easy. I've got Google to my hand. Engine allocation F1 2025. Here we go. Guide to this year. So, they have 8 ICE units available to them, internal combustion engines. They have 4, so basically they have 4 ICE units available to them, 4 MGU-H units available, 4 MGU-K units available, 4 turbochargers, 2 batteries, so energy stores, 2 electronic control electronics, and they have 8 exhausts available to them. So the first time the allocation of any one of these 7 elements is exceeded, a 10-place grid penalty will be applied, with the second time this occurs, and so on, resulting in a further 5-place penalty grid drop. All penalties at the same event apply in a cumulative manner. So yes, that's how it works. So when you see like a 30-place grid penalty be applied, that's because they've gone over their allocation on more than one of those units. So that means they've basically, sometimes they change everything, don't they? They change the internal combustion unit, the MGU-H, the MGU-K, the battery. So they just go, we'll just take all those penalties in one, rather than 3 different races, and start from the pit lane or from the back of the grid. So yeah. You're off sick from work today. You get to watch this. Happy day, Camo. Happy. You're exactly thinking the same thing. Alonso's toxic nature might actually be the reason for teams' downfalls. I think it's quite well documented. It is, to be honest with you. Right, Bortoletto's on a push lap. Sainz is on a brand new set of tyres again. What is Sainz? Sainz, Williams are going for the glory runs. I'm all here for it. I'm all here for it. Anyone else out there on new tyres? No. So, oh, Norris is out on a fresh set, so maybe he'll go for a push lap as well. We will see. We will see. But Sainz did spin, actually. Sainz spun. Sainz spun. Oh, I didn't even see that. Sainz had a spin. That's why he's on a push lap again now. So, let's see how he gets on. DRS open down into turn 1. Good exit from Sainz, and let's see if he can go purple again in that first sector. We're looking for a time that's better than 28.731. But it looks like he's backed out because Charles Leclerc is ahead of him and he wasn't too sure what Charles was going to do. So, not ideal for Carlos Sainz. Not sure if Charles knew Sainz was approaching or if Sainz made another mistake. We'll see, we'll see. You don't really need 4 TCs, you only need 2, really. So watching Carlos Sainz again and see if he made a mistake or if it was just because Leclerc was up ahead of him. But Bortoletto's gone a bit slow in the middle sector there, 38.9. That's not good for him. Every driver crashed a lot with Williams last year. You think the car was bad or were all bad drivers? I think Logan Sargent... Yeah, so Sainz backed out of it because I think he saw Charles Leclerc up there. Don't think he made a mistake, so... The best Bahrain test time last year, by the way, was a 29.9. So we're already 6 tenths quicker than that than last year in test conditions. The fastest lap, of course, last year was pole position at 29.1. So we're not far off that. Hamilton's out tomorrow. Hamilton is back out tomorrow. Sorry, going back to Williams, because they crashed a lot last year. So I think Logan Sargent pushed the car too much beyond his talents and capabilities, and I think that's why he crashed so often. And I think Alex Albon, Albon's crashes were due to his driver error, not to the car. So yeah, I think a lot of it goes down. I don't think that Williams is. Don't get me wrong, it's not quick, but it was quick at certain tracks. But I think mostly it came down to driver errors, not due to the actual car itself. How much does an F1 tyre cost the team? I have no idea how much this F1 tyre costs the teams. Why are they going slow on new tyres for 2 to 3 laps? So what they're doing, they're ideally going for a push lap to start off with. So Charles Leclerc's on a brand new set now as well. He did do a fast first sector there, a 28.804, but he's just caught traffic. So basically, they're catching traffic. There's no point of continuing to push because they can back off, recharge the back. They've got enough time to recharge their battery and then go again, and they've still got enough life in the tyre. So Lando Norris just did a 30.8, so not a considerably quick time for him. Almost identical to his teammates earlier on in P10. But yeah, there's a bit of traffic for Charles Leclerc to contend with, and I mean, he's not really going to get an opportunity to go for another lap here. He's probably going to have to go slow again because Hadjar's not playing ball and letting Leclerc past. Neither is Bortoletto's further up there. So yeah, I think, is Charles going to come into the pits? No, Charles is just going to back off. He wants to do a flying lap, but he's caught in a bit of traffic. He's going to let Antonelli go. Surely he's going to get Lawson go as well. And just, yeah, trudge around again, unfortunately. Antonelli's not on the lap at the moment. Costs about 100k for an F1 tyre at least. Is it really? Surely the F1 teams get a discount. They pay an entry fee each year though, don't they? Did you know that? And if you win your entry fee is dependent. How expensive it is where you it's dependent on when they go or where they finish in the constructors. So Red Bull pay the most. I'll give you. This is really interesting, actually. That the F1 entry fee. So here we go. This season, the entry fee for Formula 1 teams varies by where they placed in the constructors the previous season. So, the entry fees are calculated on this. All 10 teams pay a base fee of $680,000 in 2025. The best placed team pays an additional $8,161 per point scored in the previous season. The remaining teams pay an additional $6,799 per point. I don't know why they're more expensive. I don't know why the winning team has to pay the most. So the fees for this year, McLaren has to pay the most. They have an entry fee of $6.1 million entry fee for this year. Red Bull is $4.684 million, down from 7.4 in 2024. Yeah. Bit mad, that. But the prize money is $140 million. So it's a small dent in the prize money that they earned. But Sauber paid the least, of course, because they finished last. $707,000 is their entry fee. But yeah, if you didn't know that, there is an entry fee to F1 that they pay every single year. Does the entry fee count to the cost cap? I don't think so. No, I think it's separate to that. Right, Charles Leclerc on a fast lap. Well, of course, he's already trudged round for 3 laps. 28.961 in the first sector. That's a 10th down on his best first sector time, which is a 28.8. So DRS Open, let's see if he improves in the middle sector. No doubt those tyres aren't in their peak performance window. Antonelli is on an out lap as well, so we should get to see Antonelli do a fast push lap. So Charles Leclerc, 38.231 in the middle sector. That is still quick. That's only 1/100th of a second slower than his fastest middle sector. So let's see if he puts in a good last sector. He could still improve here, but he needs to make up probably a couple of attempts in the last sector, which is a tall order. Across the finish line, and Leclerc goes to... He does improve a 22.304, but you're talking a couple of hundredths. So doesn't actually improve on his best lap time, which is a 29.431, as his lap time he just did there was a 4.96. Right, Antonelli. Let's see Antonelli. Surely he's on a push lap right now. Let's see. DRS Open. Yes, he is, but he has the menace with his Lance Stroll in front of him. Will he get in the way of his flying lap, his push lap? We will see. When am I going live for predictions? I'm posting them later tonight. I wanted to post them last night. I unfortunately got tied up with the little one. So yeah, I edited half of the video. I just need to finish it off as soon as this stream's finished, and it'll be up later on tonight. We should consider entering a team. We'll make Stuffeyy our #1 driver. You don't want to make me the #1 driver. I'm too fat and too tall. I'm nowhere near the minimum weight for an F1 driver. You need to cut off one of my legs to reach the minimum weight. Kimi Antonelli, 29.17 in the first sector. That's not anywhere close, really, to his fastest first sector time, which is 28.9. So not looking too good here, but we'll see through turn 12, and that is a 38.551. So yeah, not a good lap here from Antonelli. I'm not sure if he's on brand new tyres or not, but it is definitely a push lap, that's for sure. You're in, Phoenix. Should we start a GoFundMe page for an F1 entry? And Kimi Antonelli doesn't improve. That was a 30.1, and that would make sense. Why? Now the data enlightens us that he was on 9-lap old mediums, so that makes sense why his lap was not as quick as it would be on fresh tyres. Jack Doohan's on a push lap, though, it seems here, so let's see if he can improve. He needs to be a 30.368, or has he just finished a push lap? I think he's just finished a push lap. Yeah, I think Jack Doohan's just finished a push lap because he did a 30.5 there. Kimi Antonelli's on a used set of tyres, so that push lap, it was a push lap, but it wasn't on a brand new set, which is why it was a 30.1. So, do you think we'll see times enter the 128s? I think so. Yeah, I think we will. You got to remember, I mean, even if we do get into the 28s, still not really the teams showing their hand, because on average, as we've mentioned, the progression of the development of these teams year on year has been around a second per lap. Qualifying pole last year was a 29.1. So technically speaking, we'd expect to see Q3 in Bahrain be a 28.1. Maybe even push in a 27 depending on the track conditions. So, yeah, I think we'll see a high 28 at some point tomorrow. Not today, but tomorrow. Do you think we'll see the times enter the 120... sorry, with the Ultrasoft it would go to 127? Potentially not, because the problem is with the Ultrasoft is that it might not last a whole lap of pushing around Bahrain. That's the thing, isn't it? Is that it could completely shred. We've seen tyres not last a single lap of a push lap before at certain circuits, and the drivers were actually quite critical of that last year, not really understanding how the tyres worked. So 5% of total prize money goes to the entry fee. Yeah. Makes you wonder where that money goes as well. You'd love to see the accounts of the FIA, wouldn't you? And just know where do you actually invest your money? Like, where does that money go? Because what do the FIA actually spend it on? Can I tell you about the Ultrasoft? The newer guys like us haven't seen them much. Yeah, so if you're unfamiliar with them, a few years ago, they introduced a pink wall tyre, which was the Ultrasoft tyre. So it used to be that at most race weekends, we had four compounds of tyre that you could use, which of course was the hard, medium, soft, and ultra soft, and it only lasted for a few years, and then it got removed. But this year, there has been discussions previously about street circuits, and that the element of strategy is not that influential at street circuits because the tyres can go for so much longer. And the thing is as well, Pirelli have always been very conservative with their tyre compound choice at street circuits because they don't want, understandably, tyres blowing up, and they also don't want tyres degrading too quickly and the team's pushing them so that they end up in the wall. Of course, like, something happens with the tyres at a street circuit, there's no room for error. They end up in the wall with a big crash. So what there has been a push for, there's been a push for a tyre that specifically is kind of used at street circuits, and that is now the C6 compound, so which is in effect the Ultrasoft tyre, or a return of the Ultrasoft tyre. So there wasn't Hypersoft Ultrasoft was purple, was it? I was gonna say Silverstone. Yeah, I mean, Pirelli have a brand, don't they, to look after as well. So they don't want tyres to blow up like Silverstone. What am I? Let's have a look. Hypersoft. (2018) was when the Hypersoft was introduced. Oh, there was. Yeah, I did completely miss the pink. I completely missed the purple tire. We had the Hypersoft, Ultrasoft, and Supersoft compounds. Wow. We had 7 dry tires available. What? When did we have so many tires? I don't remember how many tires. What? There was an orange tire, a blue tire, a white tire, yellow, red, purple, and pink. What the? Oh my god, we had the super hard, the hard, the medium, oh my god, that's totally thrown me off. So we had the super hard was orange, the hard was blue, the medium was white, the soft was yellow, the super soft was red, the ultra soft was purple, and the hyper soft was pink. I completely have forgotten that we had that many tires. What the hell? What? I'll show you the image so you can see. They're the tires. They're the tires we had. That's thrown me. The medium was white, and the soft was yellow. That's thrown me. Was that a thing? Was that really a thing? I can't remember 2018. The Mandela effect. Yeah, I know, Rob. That is bizarre. I really don't remember us having that many tyres. Maybe because they weren't used that often, but... Yeah, different temperature windows of operation. Someone's labelled them as super useless for display car, one-stop strategy, two-stop strategy, qualifying, Force India display car. That's blown my mind. I don't remember us having 7 tyres in F1. So, wets and inters always green and dark blue. Yeah. Can the Hypersoft even last a lap? I know. Apparently they were used at Canada. So they obviously would have been on tracks where there was not a lot of load put on them for the corners. So Canada makes sense because the only kind of load put on them was am I thinking right? Lateral load? No, lateral's to the side, isn't it? But like you're more so braking in a straight line because there's obviously lots of chicanes. So front to back more so than on the side of the car, on the wall, on the tyre wall. So. We still have 5 now, C1 to C5, but we only take 3 of the 5 and label them soft hard, but the hard at one race would be the soft at another. Yeah, I guess when you think of it in that sense, yeah, rather than having all different names, they just keep it consistent, don't they? Okay, yeah, when you think about it that way, maybe. I can see why now it's just, yeah, these are just it's just hard, medium, and soft at every single race weekend. It's a lot simpler to follow. The blue hard tyre in Silverstone for a joke, even though they weren't needed. LGBT compounds. Just nearly the colour. It is nearly the colours of the rainbow, isn't it? So, right. So, little update. Let's see what's occurring. So, Charles Leclerc back in the pits. Antonelli's back out now. Is he on a fresh set? Ooh, Antonelli's on a fresh set. Come on, Antonelli. Show us what you can do. Can the Mercedes-Benz win the Constructors' title this season? I mean, they can if they create a good car. But I don't suspect they'll have the car to do so. We'll see. Canada Hype has lasted 10 laps. Ultra lasted about 17 laps at Canada. 10 laps for a tyre to last. Wow. Right, so Antonelli's out on a new set of tyres, guys, as is Lando Norris. Although Lando Norris, or the McLaren, they have been working on the car quite heavily. So, yes, let's see what that McLaren can do. Lando is on the C3s. So that is the soft compound tyre that would be used at Bahrain. FYI. So we'll keep an eye out on his time and Antonelli's time. McLaren accused of putting water in their tyres last year. Yeah, they were. Yeah. And they were like, Red Bull were like, yo, how did we know they're doing that? Well, it's because we tried to do the exact thing. We tried to test it out. Which I thought was quite funny. So. Right. Come on, Lando. Show us what you can do. Is he going to jump to the top of the timing sheets? Is he going to be P1 again? Of course, it means diddly squat in testing. but it's still nice to see your name at the top of the timing screens, isn't it? So, Lando, DRS open, no doubt, as he heads down the start-finish straight. Yes, indeed. Flying lap for him. Here we go. Push lap. Antonelli also going to be on a push lap. Let's see. He's going very slowly out the last corner, so maybe not. Maybe he's coming back into the pit lane, not liking something. He is, yeah. Antonelli not happy with something. He's coming back into the pit lane. But Lando's on a push lap. So, here we go. DRS open again through... No DRS open, so Lando's backed out already. Lando's backed out of a push lap already. I think. 33.0. Yeah, so Lando massively backed out. What was his reason for backing out? Watching the TV coverage, did he lock up? Was there an off for him? Is there more rain coming down? Isaac Hadjar's engineer just reported that there's more rain coming down, so maybe that's why. Just watching the TV coverage now as he heads down into turn 1. What happened with Lando? He backed out almost instantly after turn 1. Or is he doing a second outlap? Is he doing a second outlap? He might be doing a second outlap. Let's see. Come on, Lando. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. Or maybe he's going to come back into the pits as well. Maybe they're just trying to check some parts on the car. Are there much vibration with the rear wings on the different cars today? I haven't seen images of the rear wings per se. I did see an image. I think Lando's back in the pits. Yeah, interesting. I think. Well, I've definitely seen images of the flexing in the rear wing of the Mercedes, and it's more flexible than what there was issues with than with Baku. Sorry, than what McLaren had at Baku, which is interesting. So yes, there are considerably more spots of rain coming down now. So I think that's why Lando backed out, as did Antonelli. So yeah, I think it's starting to get a bit icy out there, a bit slippery. So we might see the drivers come in for the time being. Hadjar's staying out there. Hadjar is staying out there. See if there's any updates on what is occurring. People saying they're impressed with the lower fuel balance today with Ferrari. But the car looks good. I have to agree. With my limited knowledge, technical knowledge. Sainz is holding P1 strong, yeah. Yeah, he looks good out there, Sainz. Looks good. Everyone's got such a flexible wing though. Seeing so many images of the front wings just flexing a lot. Is there much more happening? No one's really reporting anything online. Hey Ram, good to see you. Finally got a study in to watch 2-ish hours of testing. Nice, nice. 2.5 hours, just under 2.5 hours. People reporting this is the most comfortable Hamilton has looked over a lap in years. Yeah, I agree. He did look good earlier. Looked comfortable. Season is set up for disappointment. Way too much hype for some spectacular. Yeah, I'm trying to not build up hype. I'm trying not to not let myself get wrapped up in it. I really am trying. Yeah. I'm really trying not to let myself get hyped up for it. I'm really not. Would I drive an F1 car if given the chance? Yeah. Probably. I probably wouldn't be able to drive it. I'd like to build up to it. I'd like to drive... I've never driven any open wheel car. I've never been on a track with an actual car. So I'd like to do that first before I jump straight at the deep end in an F1 car. But yeah, I'd like... I mean, how could you not want the opportunity to at least experience driving an F1 car? Even if you're just going in a straight line. I just want to go in a straight line. Just to feel the acceleration and just to feel the speed. Yeah, it'd be mega. But I feel like I'd like to try an F3 car or an F2 car to try it. So, on what circuit? Silverstone. Not that I'd be fit enough to even probably do a single lap around Silverstone, but yeah. You're expecting a Norris runaway with Piastri chasing for the first half of the season before he has no chance. Ooh, you think McLaren domination, eh? I hope not. Oh, Charles Leclerc had a spin in the last corner. Whoa. Hamilton to beat Leclerc confirmed. Don't come at me, Leclerc fans. Oh, it was a very driver error. Just too much throttle. Yeah, see, I hope there's not domination. I mean, I'd even be happy of that. We're all like, maybe there's going to be multiple drivers in for the championship, multiple race winners. I'm happy with just 2 drivers going at it for the majority of the season. Like, I really am. I just want a championship battle. I don't care how many drivers are involved in it, to be honest with you. The more, the better, of course, but I just want 2 drivers to go at it. More so from 2 different teams, I feel like, more than within the same team. So I'd prefer it not to be a Charles and Lewis battle or a Piastri and Norris battle, because I don't know, I feel like sometimes things could maybe get a bit boring if it's an inter-team battle. But maybe McLaren are so scared of them that they'd let them both fight, and maybe Ferrari would let them both fight. I don't know, but I mean, it's rare that we ever get the battles that we did between Nico Rosberg and Lewis Hamilton. You kind of have to go back to the Senna and Prost days at McLaren, where 2 drivers within the same team were able to go toe-to-toe, or allowed to go toe-to-toe. So, what car do I drive back home? I've got a electric vehicle, because it's a company car, a Mercedes EQA. So, like an SUV type car. It's nice. Yeah, I like it. Williams domination again? No, a few years away from that. A few years away. Unpopular opinion, if Ferrari wins the World Drivers' Championship, I hope it is Leclerc. No, there's plenty of you out there who hope that will be the case, Phoenix. It could happen. It could happen. FIA will do everything in their power to prevent Hamilton from winning if he has a chance. I disagree now, Esteban. I disagree. If he was still at Mercedes, I do think there'd probably be some people that are like, oh, not another Hamilton championship. Even if it was like 3 years after the fact or 4 years after the fact he last won one. But he's at Ferrari now. It's a different kettle of fish. It's a different kettle of fish. So, yeah. That whole... What... They always want what's best for F1, right? especially Liberty Media. And I think that's why there was such a push and such a media push for Max Verstappen to be the next champion, because many people from outside the sport probably got bored of Lewis winning the championship every year and Mercedes dominating him. So the fact Red Bull won and the fact Max Verstappen won and there's a new champion, whee, happy days. It's good for the sport. But what's good for the sport now, if you're looking at, regardless if you're a fan of Lewis or not, or Ferrari or not, what would gain worldwide recognition? What would be probably on the front page, at least on the back page of every single newspaper? What would dominate every single sports page across the world? Lewis Hamilton winning a record-breaking 8th world title with Ferrari, who also haven't won a world title since Kimi Raikkonen in 2007, which we're approaching 20 years nearly since they last won a title. Like, that is sporting history that would go around the world, that would transcend into people that don't even follow F1. They'd know about it. So it's harsh winning the championship. But I'm just saying that's the fairy tale story, and that's probably what the heads of Liberty Media would want. That's their ideal scenario. If they have, which no doubt they will have one, because that will make them a shed load of cash, shed load of publicity, a heck load more sponsors, and brilliant. Their sport that they own is everywhere. It's a talking point everywhere. So, and imagine Drive to Survive. Imagine that season of Drive to Survive as well. So yeah, that's what they will probably be egging for. So that's why I don't think there would be a push to not want Lewis to win the championship. So 5 years ago, yes, because they want the end of the domination. And look at the recognition the sport got, albeit for the wrong reasons, at the end of 2021. But that season was that last race. I remember going into that last race, so many people asked me, because they knew I liked F1. They're going, "Oh, are you follow F1? What about this last race this weekend? It's on normal TV, isn't it? I can watch it. Oh yeah, I'm going to tune into that. I roughly keep an eye on it, but yeah, I mean they're neck and neck, aren't they? Like, so many people. So yeah." Do I think Hamilton was sabotaged at Mercedes? No, I don't think he was sabotaged. No, I just think he was just used as a test dummy. Which is just natural when you're at Mercedes, when you've announced that you're leaving the team, or it's been leaked that you're leaving a team. It's just what happens. So I don't think it was sabotage. You're betting on a Williams podium this season. Ooh. I don't know. I don't think so, to be honest with you. I think he may sneak a top 5 or something. Sainz may sneak a top 5 somewhere. Did Stroll just decide to park at T1 and watch testing from there? No, he's back in the pits, I think. He's back in the pits. I want 2007 season without Spygate controversy. I know. Well, that's one of the conspiracies, isn't it? Is that McLaren were not allowed to win. There was a informal discussion between Bernie Ecclestone and Max Mosley, the powers that be at F1, that they were not allowed to win the Drivers' or Constructors' Championship that year. And that was punishment for the Spygate championship, for the Spygate scenario. So, yeah. I know records are meant to be broken, but I would like to see Hamilton and Schumacher stay at 7 each. It's fair. 2021 helped the sport a lot. The engine damaged the reputation a lot, and with so many new eyes, it drove people away. People I know stopped watching after that. Yeah, it wasn't the best end. It wasn't the best end. It was entertaining, but yeah, a lot of people realised that's not right, is it? That's not really right. So I don't want to go back over old ground with 2021, but it kind of should. Sometimes, look, not every match, every story is supposed to end in some dramatic fashion. And in an entertaining fashion. Sometimes it just ends up with one person being better than the other. So, oh, hang on, the missus is calling me. Hello. Bless her. She's going to get me some lunch, but I've already had lunch. We don't talk about 2021. Sorry, you asked, Rob, am I a Mercedes or Ferrari this year? I feel like I am pulling more for Ferrari, of course, because of Lewis. I said this yesterday. I guess I don't really... I care more about the Drivers' Championship than I do Constructors' Championship, and I don't really root for any team. I like to see kind of some teams do well. McLaren I've always had an affinity with, and I want Williams to do well and get kind of back up to fighting at the front because of their history. But yeah, I mean, I like Mercedes road cars, and I do like Mercedes as a company. But yeah, I wouldn't say I'm necessarily pulling for them. I'd like to see Antonelli do well. I do want to see George do well, but yeah, I guess it depends really. Some people follow drive teams more than they do drivers, and then they'll support the driver no matter who. They'll support the drivers no matter who joins the team. It's a bit of a weird sport in that regard, isn't it? Some people don't care so much about the drivers; they care more about the team. And some people don't care about the teams, more so the drivers, and they'll support the team. They'll follow their driver to that team. I.e., lots of people will do it with Lewis, wouldn't they, to Ferrari? So, or if Max left, they'll go support Max, and Aston Martin, as an example, or Mercedes, they'd support them, wouldn't they? So, am I doing any Super Formula this week, Johnny? Yeah, I plan to, mate. Yeah, I haven't had time this week yet. I haven't had time. I'm planning maybe on... The missus is out tonight, so when little one's asleep, I am planning on jumping on. Although I have just got a new chair from Next Level Racing that I need to put on the rig. So, haven't decided on what I'm going to do yet. But I'm planning on doing some racing at least Saturday. So I've got some free time Saturday. T1 and T3 at the Red Bull Ring are always very interested in Super Formula. Sometimes a 200 IQ move is starting from the pit lane, because you miss T1 entirely. And you literally see the crashes happen as you're driving up the pit lane exit. You see all the smoke. Yeah, I'll be there, mate, at some point. Not sure when yet. With the drivers, you can relate more. Yeah, exactly. Kimmy's on a flyer. Where is he? Has he done a lap? No, he hasn't. I haven't even looked at the timing screens for a while. Lance Stroll's on a flyer. Come on, Stroll. Let's see what you're made of. Lance Stroll's on a flyer. Here we go, guys. Let's follow Lance Stroll. Let's follow Lance Stroll. For the content, Rob. For the content. Right, up to turn 4, DRS open. Where can that Aston Martin, where can he put that Aston Martin? Can he get ahead of his teammate? That's the question. Can he get ahead of Alonso? A 30.7 from Alonso. That's what he needs to be. He's just done a 29.3, and that's a 10th behind his teammates, Alonso. So not overly great there. Not overly great. Hey, Denasia. Ferrari's looking pretty good. Yes. Raising a few eyebrows, I think, those runs from Ferrari. But Sainz is as well. But we don't know fuel loads and so forth. As I said, there's still plenty of pace in hand for these teams. They're definitely not at peak performance and at top engine mode and so forth with these runs that they've done, but still. Afternoon, Andy, mate. Hope you're doing well, mate. Stroll winning the championship, I know. Another green second sector for Stroll. That is quicker than Alonso, but only by 100th. So last sector for him. You just like watching cars go around in circles. Here we go. Across the line. Where's Stroll go? Oh! Nearly a 10th off of Alonso. Damn. I've discussed this before, guys. I've discussed this before, but there is a nightmare scenario that can potentially exist. In F1. Hear me out. Let's say Adrian Newey joins Aston Martin. Honda joins Aston Martin, as we know they're doing. Newey works his magic and designs a beautiful piece of machinery, a beautiful piece of bodywork, as he is a genius in F1. And then Honda creates an unbelievable new engine, as they have done for Red Bull in times gone past. There is a potential nightmare scenario here. There is a potential that Aston Martin find themselves in the position where they are like Mercedes back in 2014, where they are dominant. And Lance Stroll could be in a position where he has a championship winning car and only has to fight Fernando Alonso. We could potentially have a Stroll World Championship, because I can guarantee you there is no way, if that scenario happens, some shenanigans aren't happening on Alonso's side of the garage. Hell no. I'm just saying, it's a possibility. It's a possibility. Impossible. I'm just saying, if it happens, you heard it here first. You heard it here first. Lawson on a push lap now. 29.1 for him in the first sector. That's a bit off the pace, but we'll see how he gets on for the remainder. No way that will ever happen. Heart not in the right place. Alonso should still be faster. Stroll has zero motivation. I know. Stroll 26, Stroll 27, 20. Do I watch the Gran Turismo Championship sim racing? No, I'm not a fan of GT racing, to be honest with you. Gran Turismo. It's not something I watch. If it happens, you'll eat your shoe. Where is Max? He's in the car tomorrow. No Max today. Max will be in the car tomorrow all day. So you can join here tomorrow to see Verstappen lap countless times around the Bahrain circuit tomorrow. Lawson only up into P13. So, yeah, clearly running some different configurations today, Red Bull, compared to everyone else. Are you having a nightmare? I'm just saying, it's a possibility. It's a possibility Lance Stroll could find himself in a championship-winning car. So, everyone will rage quit F1. Do I think Holt will get on the podium before he retires? I really hope so. It's not going to happen in Stake F1, what were in their current guise. It will happen if Audi are able to produce a car from 2026 onwards. I think so. I think he deserves it. I think that podium will be celebrated more than a world championship has ever been celebrated. So, how many races this year? 24 races still this year, with 6 sprint races, 3 either side of the summer break. So, yes, lots of racing to be had this year. What do I think about Red Bull's upgrade package for tomorrow? I haven't seen it, Phoenix. Can you enlighten me? I haven't seen what they're bringing. What are they bringing? Trying to find it. Can't find anything on it. Saw this reel when a guy predicted every driver win from 2020 to 2030. His first 5 predictions were correct, and in 2028 it was Alonso written. Oof. South Africa in 2027, maybe even next year. Maybe even next year. I think they're trying to get that in place. So there is. I think at the moment, so the Concord agreement is up for renewal at the end of this year. So that's the agreement between the FIA, the F1 and the Formula 1 teams, and it sets out a number of varying different items, how many teams could be on the grid, how many races, like sets up a load of provisions. And I think there is still at the moment in the current Concord agreement for 25 races in a year. I think there's one more spot in the current agreement, but that may be increased in this agreement this year, or that will be sorted out towards the end of this year. So that would be South Africa, won't it? Or an African country, as we mentioned. Like they've been speaking about going to Rwanda, but yeah, it all comes down to money at the end of the day, doesn't it? Bushra, thank you for the sub, buddy. That is 35,100 subs. 100 subs in 2 days. Well, 1.5 days we have gained from doing these testing streams. So welcome every single new subscriber here. Hope you're enjoying the streams and just enjoying the content on the channel. I know it's not all through these watch-alongs, but yeah, hope you've been enjoying the sim racing content as well. You'd like to see the return of Danny Kvyat? Can we talk about Danny Kvyat? I feel like that is a man who has been shafted out of F1. And I don't feel like he ever deserved to be shafted out of F1, you know? Like, I don't think he personally should have lost his seat to Max Verstappen at the time. In hindsight, of course, it was a good decision to do so because Max won his first race and we know where he is now. But I think at the time, I don't think it was really justified. I think the whole torpedo thing was unjustified. It was unfair. That was a fair move for him to make on Vettel down into turn 1 in China. Vettel just got his pants in a twist and didn't like it. And I think Sebastian Vettel still had some conspiracy theory, but I think Sebastian Vettel, that whole scenario there, because he was still raw with him leaving Red Bull, I think he still had some influence. Probably spoke to Christian Horner, Helmut Marko, still have relationships with them. And maybe there was a discussion had there that Vettel was like, look, like, because he was royally pissed. I know, it's mad, isn't it? He stole his seat, he stole his F1 seat, and he stole his girl. The mother of his child. I mean, talk about rub salt in the wounds. Jesus. Or kicking a man while he's down. But, can't sit there, mate. But I don't think he ever should have been let go. And then he got removed, didn't he? Unfortunately, from RB because of the Russian sanctions because of the Ukraine war. Same as Nikita Mazepin and stuff. And then he's never returned, which I think is a real shame. But I don't think he ever really deserved to lose his seat at Red Bull at that time. So, yeah, exactly, Parker. But I don't think he did. I think other drivers who have been in that second Red Bull seat have done considerably worse than anything Kvyat did at that time. So, but I think he is doing well. Yeah, I think isn't he racing World Endurance Championship now? He's doing IMSA, is he? Yeah, I know he's dabbled in. He's doing sports car racing, so he's still doing all right. I follow him on Instagram and stuff. But yeah, I just think that's one of those ones that, look, in hindsight, obviously they'll say that the decision was justified because of what Max has gone on to achieve. But at the time, I don't think it was justified. I think it's purely because Vettel got his pants in a twist, and the torpedo thing was never really a. I think that was an unfair nickname to him, really. Vettel shouldn't just leave the door wide open and welcome people through on his inside. Simple as. and expect people not to take it. I think there was a bit of arrogance from Sebastian Vettel, really. So, hey ho. You came in like a torpedo. Yeah, bullshit, you did. No, I just walked through the door that you kindly left open for me. That's what I should have said. That's what I would have said back to him. Fair enough. I mean, if that's what happened with Danny Kvyat and Kelly PK, fair enough. I mean, I can't say I know the ins and outs of their relationship, to be honest with you. But when you look at it, obviously it's a fair. You can see why we all make that assessment. So, right, where are we at? Anyone out there at the moment? Hadjar, Norris, Doohan, any one of them on fast laps? No, as it currently stands. Norris is on 14 laps though, as it stands. 35 ones at the moment he's doing. Why is Norris's DRS deactivated? That's interesting. It shows that Norris's DRS is deactivated. Hadjar has it though. What's going on with Hadjar at the moment? Have they completely switched up his run plan? Because he's going slower than the two Haas's. Have they bolted on similarly a high downforce package? Yeah, data most likely. Yeah, probably a different package on aero package on the car. It's noticeable to see that Haas have been running a higher rear wing, and their top speeds definitely indicate that they're running more downforce. Been able to see that with the top speeds, which we can have a look at again in a second because we've had those guys out in the afternoon. But yeah, data most likely. Yeah, probably a data lag with Lando Norris. But thankfully, it is dry. Surprised to see there's so many drivers, so many people out there in woolly hats and gloves. Is it really that cold out there? I mean, it's nearly 15 degrees. It's a lot colder here in the UK, and I wouldn't be wearing a set of gloves and hat. I know it might be a bit more windier, but... Scale a sandbag to Key West. How much do you think the teams are leaving on the table? I think all the teams... Let's just put it this way. We're never going to see proper quali runs because that's just not what we ever see in testing. So, on average, the cars are about a second per lap quicker than they are the previous year. And we are 2 tenths behind the pole lap of last year, which is 29.1. We're already 6 tenths faster than the fastest lap we saw in testing last year, which was 29.9. So... we're nearly a full second quicker on the fastest testing lap last year. So there's still pace there. I think we'll see a sub 29 second tomorrow. But in regards to true single lap pace, we're way off. We are way off, and I don't think we're ever going to see that. So I think. Mate, I think there's still obviously a good few temps in hand. Definitely. But it's more so looking at how, not so much at the times, but looking at those fast times, or faster times, and looking at how the cars are handling. And earlier on, the Ferrari looked comfortable. It looked good. Very minimal corrections in Lewis Hamilton's lap. I haven't still yet to see the onboard from Leclerc, but Lewis Hamilton's lap, very minimal corrections. On his push lap. This afternoon, it seems that McLaren 34.9 that time around. I mean, they haven't been able to really set a proper fast lap. Maybe they've chucked a load of fuel in the car. I don't know what their aero configuration is today. But, yeah. You can't compare to last year, no, but you can compare to the fact of that on average, year on year in this current regulation set, the cars have got just over a second per lap quicker. So really, if you compare it to last year's fastest lap in testing, a 29.9, there's still another 4-5 tenths in the teams to get down to that like natural progression point of these cars improving. So, no worries, Valorius, good to see you, mates. Weird, the cars are almost equal to last year. Yeah, not many changes, but some fine tunings. The teams they're still making changes to the cars because they understand these regs a lot better. So, is Williams that fast? It is that fast, but the Ferrari is probably faster. It's probably got obviously a lot more in the bag. We don't know fuel loads, so yeah. Why did Rosberg retire early? He will say he retired early because he achieved his childhood dream of being a world champion. I'm not sure if he's admitted this since, but I believe it's because he couldn't put himself through another year of stress that was the 2016 season. He tried for 3 years to beat Lewis Hamilton. I do think that there was probably some assistance in him helping from some assistance from Mercedes to help him win that championship, because a German team and German owners wanting a German driver, a German world champion is like ideal for them. And yeah, obviously we know that the relationship with Lewis Hamilton got very, very toxic. So I think he just wanted to remove himself from that and probably just went, I've achieved what I've done. I'm going to take my one world championship and run. So I think that's what he did. Because it caught Mercedes by surprise. No one knew that he was going to retire. It caught them out by surprise. I mean, they swapped his garage. They swapped Lewis Hamilton's whole garage and then like team for Rosberg. I mean, I'm not suggesting anything happens to peg Lewis back. But let's put it this way. Lewis was winning the Malaysian Grand Prix by around 20 seconds. He had almost a free pit stop over his teammate. And his engine blew up. Down into turn 1. And he lost 25 points. And then that was like the big swing in the championship that he could then never recover from on Nico Rosberg. So Lewis had many poor starts. Yeah, I can't remember 2016. I just vividly remember the Malaysia, like, because he was there with Rosberg, wasn't he? And he was leading that race, and the 25-point swing there was massive, absolutely massive. That basically won Rosberg the championship. So, woo! Testing Mark, good to see you, mate. Welcome. Yeah, welcome everyone. Hope you're well. Thank you for all the subs that have been coming in. Hope you've been enjoying this chit chat. This is what this is. If you got any questions, just want to chat. I'm an F1 nerd, basically. I love F1. And I'm not afraid to give my opinions. You can disagree with them. That's absolutely fine. We can have a discussion. And also keep an eye on the testing at the same time. So, yeah, that's what we're here to do. And, of course, we'll be providing you every single race weekend watch along. Every single qualifying, every single sprint qualifying, every sprint race, every race. I'll try and fit in as many practice sessions as I can as well. Of course, I still work. I still do have a day job, so sometimes those practice sessions fall within my working day. But I'll try and provide as many practice sessions as I can for you as well. So, yeah. Been missing my lives. Thank you, man. Good to see you back. Haas are doing their own thing, RH. So Haas are running a high downforce setup, which is not really what you run at Bahrain. Their top speeds indicate that they are running a very high downforce setup. You can see by the size of their rear wing compared to others. So they're not getting high top speeds. They are focusing purely on their own car. They're not caring about lap times. They're not caring really about the other teams and being at the top of the leaderboard. They clearly have a goal for this week in testing, and they're clearly trying to achieve some things that require not achieving fast lap times. So, thanks, Esteban. Where's my burrito this time? Oh, I've already had lunch. Dusko, the last decade has shown us drivers over 40 years can be competitive. Is driving an F1 car really that much easier? I'm surprised with Cristiano Ronaldo and LeBron James too. Yeah, we spoke about this earlier, Dusko. Is it easier? In some extent, yes, they are easier. But I still think these cars, they're the quickest they've ever been in history. So on that sense, they're the toughest they've ever been on the human body in history, because of the amount of G-forces they pull. I think it's more so the fact of as the years have gone on, we've learned how to better look after our bodies, particularly when it comes to a sporting sense. Hello? Oh, okay, is it that time, yeah? Can I just quick lube break first? Well, you can put it down there, it's fine. And sports science has massively improved now, and athletes are better looking after themselves, and they know how to look after themselves through their diet, through their training regimes, through supplements and things like that, and mentally as well. And yeah, if they want it, they'll go for it. So Albon isn't Albon isn't driving today, neither is Max Verstappen. They will be in the car all day tomorrow, whereas Sainz and Lawson are in it all day today. So Stroll cooking something. Yeah, the 40+ guys these are guys who truly want to just they truly want it. They want to be the best of the best, and you need to do it for that long. You need to mentally want to do it as well. Like, there's been some very talented drivers and soccer players, football players, etc., who have been at the top of the sport, but they've enjoyed their life away from the pitch and away from the track as well. And shall we say, like, let themselves go a bit, which is fine. Like, they're very much like, I want to balance at the same time. So, but these guys are very much like, yeah, this is my life. This is what I want to do. I want to do it for as long as I possibly can. And if they can, why not? So, Haas didn't do a single low fuel run last year, it seems. Same this year. Yeah, so last year, they focused heavily on trying to manage their tyres better, because that was their weakness the year before. They had a quick lap over they had a good car over a single lap, but their tyre degradation was poor. And they focused on that in testing last year, and it worked for them, because they could have got 6th place in the Constructors' Championship last year, and they did so much better in race trim than they did the previous year. So I think that's what they're focusing on again this year. Maybe it is on tyres, or maybe it's just on something else entirely. But yeah, they're clearly not worried about setting fast lap times. And they're doing lots of laps as well. Ocon did 69 earlier. They did over 70 apiece yesterday, maybe even more. And Behrman's on 37 laps now with 1 hour and 46 to go. You think they're on steroids? Hello. Can you explain the 2 tyre columns with the numbers next to them? Yes, so the tyre, that's basically your tyre history. So the tyre on the right-hand side is... So the tyre on the left is the tyre they've got on now, and the one next to it on the right-hand side is the tyre they used previously. The lap counter next to it is how many laps has been used on that tyre. So, as an example, Charles Leclerc is out there now and done 1 single lap on that tyre. Okay, I'm trying to explain tyres. Yeah, hang on. And yeah, that's basically it. So you got the tyre life, and then the compounder tyre they're on, and then where you can see that they've got the little like wings on them, on the circle around them, means that it's a used tyre. And where it hasn't got the wings around them and it's just a circle or 2 brackets around them, that means they're it's a brand new tyre. So you'd love to see Alonso win the Indy 500. I think he'll give it a go if he's still like fit enough to do it. I think he'll definitely give it a go again. Right, back in a sec, and then, yeah, we may be having a co-host join us. Keep an eye out on Charles Leclerc. He could be on a flying... No, he's not on a flying lap. No, I thought he was on a flying lap. Right, back in a sec. Yeah. Yeah. Hello. Hello, Robert. No, I didn't. They can all hear us, so she might as well come on camera. Hello. Say hello to everyone. There we go. Let's take that off. I don't need that one at the moment. Little Stuffey, little co-host. There she is. She's here again. Well, Mum gets ready for a night out later. Hey Lee, good to see you, mate. Come on Norris this year, yeah. Say hello. She's a yes. This is a little baby Stuffey. Hopefully she'll be good on camera. She was good yesterday, weren't you? Very good yesterday. Yeah. Blue eyes. Actually, none of us have got blue eyes. No. No, she we're waiting for them to change. I've got like hazel green eyes, and the missus has got brown eyes. So yeah, we're waiting for them to change. Is Leclerc going to have another quaddy lap? Not sure. Maybe. Let's see if he's got the DRS open as he goes down this straight. No. So the key indicator will be if he's got the DRS open. That's normally when they're on a push lap. So I know! She wants to see a push lap as well. Why don't you tell him? Blue eyes are recessive traits, so maybe one of you two have. Yeah, I mean, my mum's got blue eyes, and my sister, and my missus' dad has got blue eyes as well. So, Mina loves Leclerc already. I know. She's a girl after all. So, yeah, I'm normally obviously at work and not home in the week, so it's nice to be around with her. Future Ferrari fan, yeah. I'm getting her invested early. It's so loud. You're a bit of a dribbler, aren't you? There we go. There we go. She wants to comment, yeah. She's very talkative like her dad. You helping everyone get through testing? Yeah? Okay, you didn't like that, did you? Who's winning the title this year? There you go. There you go. That's her predictions right there. She's never normally this loud as well. I think that was Hamilton. I think she said Hamilton. Right. Should we actually talk about some F1? Let's talk about some F1. Let's see what's occurring. So Lando's out on hards now. Lawson's out on a set of mediums. Right, Lawson's on a flying lap. Yeah, I know. Lawson's on a flying lap. You. Right, Lawson. Let's see what he can do. You alright? Do you want to go in the bouncer? Are you okay? What's up? Very dribbly. Uh-oh. Do we go throw up? There was a burp there. Are you? It's normally a telltale sign. How's Lawson getting on? Let's have a look. 29.2 in the first sector. Not quick. Not quick. Oh. I'm getting cranky. You want a nap? I'm getting cranky. Bear with me, guys. Bear with me. Ow. I was coming to ask. Hang on. Oh, you're getting cranky. I'm gonna be more upright. That's a poopy coming. No, she did that earlier. She's all good. She's all good. Oh, Lawson did a 30.3, so that's better from Lawson. That's much better from Lawson. A Ferrari fan crying. In the good old days, brandy dip pacifiers. Yeah, I haven't done that yet. It's quite a good sleeper, but... Hey! Oh no, we can't have you crying on stream. Can't have you crying on stream. Who says that? Who says men can't multitask? All right, all right. I thought I could maybe calm her down again, but not. Oh no. Hey. Oh my god. What is up with you? I'm trying, guys. Oh, I'm back. Bless her. She was tired. Gone down for a sleep. Oh. Lance Stroll, 30.2. Snuck that one in, didn't he? Snuck that one in. Cry, eat, tight. Yeah. Eat, sleep, shit. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Eat, shit, sleep. That's all they do. No, bless her. Right. What have I missed? What have I missed? So apart from we caught Liam Lawson set finally a decent lap time, still a second off the pace from Carlos Sainz. Stroll a 30.2 from him. Norris is still out there doing some long runs on the hard compound tyre, 34 ones. Not bad, not bad. Bortoletto 36.3. They just haven't looked good at all, really, at Stake F1. Haven't looked good at all. Just haven't seen anything from them, but yeah. Hadjar struggling a bit, isn't he? As well, as a rookie. You've got little problems now. Wait until she hits high school. Leclerc is on foot long. Yeah, I know. No, she's good. She's good. She's yeah, love her. Been completely busy, so how's been testing over the past few days? Hey Q. It's been interesting. It's been, yeah, I mean, yesterday I was a bit of a damp squib, I guess, because it was just like your typical testing day. Nothing really to write home about. Today we've had some actual push laps. A couple of performance runs, which made things a little bit more interesting to keep an eye out on. But yeah, I have a weird feeling McLaren aren't sandbagging. I'm not sure, to be honest with you. I think they are. I mean, look, they've gone to the hard compound tyre now. The fact of it, Norris's and Piastri's lap times are basically identical. Both a 30.8. Clearly means that's kind of a target time. That was clearly something that they targeted in my eyes. And yeah, they've obviously set the car up to be around that window. So yeah. Max is here tomorrow. Who's the driver I think will give the biggest surprise this season? Ooh, I know people were expecting him to do well, but I think Carlos Sainz. Whether you think it's a surprise or not, I think it will still be a surprise to see Carlos Sainz maybe get some of the results he'll get in that Williams this year. Norris currently faster than Leclerc, and this is on hards. Yes, but then that's a difference potentially. That's a 2 compound level difference, Dusko. So Leclerc's on at least 14 lap old C3 tyres. That could even be C4s. We're not sure. And I would suspect Norris is probably on the C1. Could be wrong. But yeah, in effect, Leclerc is on 14 lap old soft tyres that would be used here at Bahrain. Norris is at least on mediums or on the actual hard compound tyre. So there's clearly, I mean, I think we know that the soft compound tyre doesn't last very long at Bahrain anyway. It's always been immediate. The race tyre the tyre of choice at Bahrain has always been the medium, isn't it, really? The medium and hard compounds. Aren't you kind of tired of answering questions about Max? That's all right. I know people want to see him. It's the same with Lewis. People want to see Lewis. So it's only a couple of seconds for me to go. He's racing. He's in the car tomorrow. So. You think Liam Lawson's going to surprise? Yeah, Liam Lawson potentially. Yeah. I think one of those two, really. I think they're my two kind of surprises. I'd like Doohan to be a surprise. I really would. I'd like Doohan to be like that surprise where we go, wow, like, why is he getting replaced by Colapinto? What did you miss today, Luca? You've missed some performance runs. It's been a little bit more of an interesting test session today. A couple of wobbles, a couple of spins from the drivers. The rain has tried to come down, but thankfully it's stayed away. So yeah, it's been interesting. There's been some issues. Lawson had an engine issue with his car, which meant he had to stay in the pits for the majority of the morning session. I think George Russell even had an issue with his car at some point in the morning session as well. So yeah. Will they go for push laps in the last hour? I think there may be a couple. Yeah, we might see a couple. You can see a Sainz podium this season, Andy. I still don't think that will happen. There's just too much. You're asking for Sainz to get a podium. You need 5 of the top. You need 6 of the top 8 to have a bad day. I don't see that happening. I don't see that happening. You think Liam and Max are going to have a few moments on track? Ooh. I think Max is going to have moments with other drivers on track. Liam, I'm not so sure. I don't know. I guess it depends on how much Liam's going to play ball. Is he going to play ball, or is he going to come in and have the attitude of like what Max did when Max joined? He didn't play ball, did he? Didn't listen to orders. So maybe Lawson will do the same. It'd be great. It'd be great if he does, because it'd be such drama. You always wonder why people call Kimi Antonelli the next big thing. He's not even top 5 in F2. So the reason why he's been very hyped is because he's had a pretty stellar junior career. Let me actually get it up, because I can't remember the series. I don't want to do him disjustice. But he's won. He has a very good junior career, and he's got pace and kind of skills and stuff that are obviously the Mercedes have highlighted and picked out at an early age. So, he what has he won? I think he won the F4, the Italian F4, the F4 UAE. He's won like two F4 series that he competed in. The Wikipedia isn't exactly junior career. So his first full season in a car was in 2022, competing in F4. He dominated the German F4 series, secured his second F4 title in the same year by winning 13 of 22 races in the Italian F4 Championship. He then went to in 2023, he stepped up to Formula Regional level, competing in the Middle Eastern Championship, claiming the title there with 3 victories. He then won the Formula Regional European Championship, where he beat future F3 drivers Martinius Stenshorn and Tim Tramitz. And then basically he was picked up by Mercedes and they went, yep, straight into F2. He bypassed F3, straight into F2. F2 season, it took him a little bit of a while to get up to speed, but the reason why it did was partly due to the team as well, Prima. It was a new type of car this year. Like new ground effect era car. And the teams that normally do well in F2 took a little while to get up to speed. But once they did, Kimi was impressive. So, yeah, that's why. That's why he's hyped. That's actually a respectable lap for Williams that Carlos put in. I know. It is a respectable lap. Now at least Red Bull has 2 capable drivers in my polls. I know. But we'll see. Hopefully Lawson doesn't become another Perez, but I don't think... I think very few drivers would go into that second Red Bull seat and do as bad as Perez, but... What do I think? Do I think Russell will eye the World Drivers' Championship? Yeah, he'll be eyeing it up, but if he'll be able to win it is another thing entirely. Because, I don't know, it depends if Mercedes can provide him that car. We'll see. Not long to find out. Only a few weeks until we head to Australia, to Melbourne, Albert Park. Help with the tyres. You can't understand. What do you want to know about the tyres, Sematiba? Let me know specifically what it is that you want to know about the tyres, and I'll answer as best as I can. Do I expect Kimi to be Rookie of the Year, considering he's the only rookie driving for a top team in Mercedes? No. I think it will be close between him and Behrman. I think Ollie Behrman's going to have a good year in Haas. So yes, while he's not in a car that can win races and get podiums, I think Ollie's going to have a very interesting time in the midfield, especially lining up against his teammate Ocon. And yeah, I think it'll be close between the two of them. It's alright, hang on. I'll be able to deal with this one. Have you got a dummy? That's fine, no, I'll take her now, and if you bring it back. You're coming back to me. Come on. Didn't want to go to sleep now. Yeah. Come back. She didn't want to go to sleep. Leclerc on hards now. Yeah, doing some hard runs, which Lewis didn't do at all this morning, I think. I don't think Lewis did any hard running this morning, so. Cool. No, I'll just leave it there, and she needs it. So I'll give it to her, but she's alright for the time being. How would Hamilton be affected by Ferrari starts, though? What do you mean Ferrari starts? They've had okay starts, haven't they? So, thank you, Anad. Like, has each set of tyres been divided into hards and soft, and I'm not seeing the red tyres as softer compound? Yes. So, basically, they've got every compound of tyre available to them this week, C1 to C6. But yes, the C1 and C2, it's basically 2 levels of tyre. There's basically 2 levels of tyre compound to hard, medium, and soft. What's that? Do you want a dummy? Hang on. You're tired, aren't you, Missy? Come on. Let's take this off. I don't think she likes the feel of my beard. There you go, take that. Oh, come on. You're tired. Come on. Yeah, you're tired. Come on. You're tired. You hope Luigi will prove Mercedes wrong and win his 8th title. She's so tired. What was I saying about tyres? Yeah, there's two tyre compounds of each tyre, but we don't know via the data here what one they're exactly using. But yeah, that's basically it. So we haven't seen any actual soft tyres be used here, because the soft tyre, the C5 and C6, is actually like a compound that would never be used at Bahrain. So that's why we've only really seen the hard and the medium, because technically that's the hard, medium and soft tyre that would be used at Bahrain. The C1, C2 and C3. So yeah, Sainz has done 98 laps because he's been in the car all day. So yeah, very good going from Sainz today. Fastest lap and the most laps as well. Lawson's done well, considering he only did 25 laps this morning. 25 laps? Yeah, 25 or 26 laps this morning. He's now on 82. He's done over 50 laps this afternoon thus far. There's still another hour to go. Would it be drivers' reactions after 28? He did 28. Fair enough. Yeah. Yes, he's going well on 82 at the moment. Nearly done 60 laps already with only with an hour left to go. So who's my child fan? Oh yeah, this little one's Mila. Very tired Mila. She won't go to bed in her cot at the moment. So will there be drivers' reaction after day 3 of testing? What, their reactions? Yeah, I presume so. Yeah, they've been given interviews. They have been given interviews. But they're going to be quite coy, aren't they, on what they do? So, like, I saw some comments from Helmut Marko yesterday going, oh, yeah, like, just typical Helmut Marko comments going, yeah, Max felt really comfortable in the car. Mercedes were really impressive. Ferrari, oh, no, they look terrible. It's just like... Ferrari strats. Potentially. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Lewis and Leclerc could drive their socks off and then be let down by the strategy team. But I would admit the strategy team has got better. So has the pit crew. The pit stops have got better since Fred Vassault's come in. So they have made progression in that regard. But they're still prone to mistakes, aren't they, as we saw last year with Leclerc. What's up with McLaren? I don't think there's anything wrong with McLaren. They're quite evidently just sticking to a run plan. Lando's last lap was a 33.5, so long runs, that's not too bad. That's not too bad on the hard compound tyre especially, so... Especially if he's got high fuel. Yeah. I think McLaren are definitely hiding pace. Like, that lap time Norris did yesterday wasn't really that quick of a lap. I think they are, Glenn. Yeah, I think there will be some changes to the cars tomorrow. Dramatic changes, I don't know. We'll see. No, Albon's in the car all day tomorrow. Sainz all day today. So at the moment we have Stroll's getting some laps in. 29 laps thus far. Is on the hard compound tyre now. So yeah, it's a couple of guys have mentioned about Red Bull making some changes. I don't know what those changes are. I have a bit more time this evening to digest kind of what people have been saying about obviously testing. I wasn't really able to digest anything in regards to analysis of the data yesterday, so hopefully I'll be able to do that tonight and provide you guys with some more context tomorrow of what the teams are going to be doing, and what kind of their assessments are and what other people's assessments are of what they've seen today. I have seen in regards to Lewis and just the Ferrari in general that people seem to be impressed with their performance runs earlier. I haven't seen anything about Sainz, but yeah, lots of people have kind of muted that it looks like Hamilton's lap and Charles, like the car just looks so much more balanced today compared to yesterday, and it looks good. So she's asleep, yeah. Yeah, she's asleep. Predictions videos out later tonight. I've just got to edit it after this. Won't take me long. Do you remember your speed? Yeah, welcome back, buddy. Good to see you. I remember you. Do I see any surprises or interesting things in these 2 days? No, I mean, it's a surprise to see Sainz up there on a 29.3. Oh, by the way, Liam Lawson on a lap at the moment, but it seems that he's made a bit of a boo-boo in the middle sector. So, I did see that the Red Bull looked a bit twitchy. It looked a bit twitchy, didn't it, yesterday? Maybe that twitchiness is just coming to the forefront in the middle sector. But yeah, definitely a mistake there in the middle and last sector. I mean, if you make mistakes in the first sector, you're putting a lot of load on those tyres. Can easily lock up a tyre as well, and that can mean that you're then compromised for the sector 3, which is turn 13 down to the finish line. So even though it's only 3 corners, yeah, you can lose grip. Especially turn 13. Tricky corner, turn 13. Williams looks legit contender. It's an impressive lap, but it won't be the quickest lap by tomorrow, I bet you. But it's still impressive nonetheless. No worries, Emma. So today, Max isn't racing, neither is Alex Albon, because they've decided to, and I'm surprised actually they're the only 2 teams to take this route. They've decided to basically have the same driver in for the whole day today and tomorrow. So we'll have Albon and Max in the car tomorrow. Today it's Sainz and Lawson. But I'm surprised only 2 out of the 10 teams have decided to do that. Normally we see more. Normally we see more teams want that kind of consistency from having the same driver in the car. Obviously, it's a long time to be in the car. It's a long day. But, yeah, I am quite surprised that they haven't put... more teams haven't put the same driver in for at least a full day. How many Q3s for Sainz this year? Quite a few, I reckon. I think he's going to make Q3 quite a few times, yeah. Go on, go to sleep. Go on. She's like her mum. She can sleep through World War III. Can Williams win a race? No. No, Williams can't win a race. I don't think so. Who has the most laps today? Well, singularly, it's Carlos Sainz, because he's done the whole day by himself, as has Liam Lawson. But as a team... I'm trying to do some maths here. I think as a team, it's RB. 73 for Hadjar. And 46 for Sonoda. So I think at the moment, it's RB. No. Haas again. 69 and 50. What else we got here? I'm just looking. Sorry, I'm just looking at times So Norris consistently lapping in the 33s on those hard compound tyres. Yeah, Charles Leclerc is close to Norris. That last lap from Charles was a 34.5. Hadjar saying that he's spitting a bit again. Ferrari seems quicker. We'll see. I mean, Leclerc's going to back off now. Thanks, Martin. Hadjar up into P15. Fast lap for him there, relatively speaking. 31.1. He's definitely been on a different run plan to Yuki today, though. Definitely got a different setup. Maybe a higher fuel run. Haas doing their own thing. Yeah, they're running a higher wing configuration. So we'll see if they've swapped. I don't think they've swapped anything on the car. I'll get to see footage of them out on track, and I'll be able to tell by the rear wing. If you look at the size of the rear wing, if you look at images of Haas later on online, you'll see it's massive. So, yeah. Russell didn't win a race in a Williams. He came third? Was it Spa? Spa, wasn't it? Sainz will hit the 100 lap marker when he comes round. Right, Behrman didn't have DRS open there, so they're really not bothered at the moment about setting fast laps. They're really not bothered about setting fast laps. Interesting approach from Haas. I really want to try and do some digging tonight to see what their aim is. What are they specifically trying to work out? I think Yuki on one hand deserved an opportunity in the Red Bull. However, a lot sooner than even now. I'm not against Lawson being put in though. I think Lawson has proved that he should at least be on the grid. And look, only time will tell whether it was the right decision to put him straight into the Red Bull car. But here he goes, Carlos Sainz coming around the last corner. He's gonna cross the line for that 100 lap mark. Fair effort for Sainz. Fair effort for Williams. Boom, 100. It's very satisfying to look at. Yeah, he won Brazil with Mert, not a Williams. But he did get third, didn't he? He had that great qualifying in those tricky conditions in that Spa race, which only ended up being like half points, wasn't it? Leclerc and Norris have to be on different loads. It's 0.5 seconds between them in the first sector. Yeah, I wanted to check that actually. So 34.6 last time around for Leclerc, and Norris is, I mean, he's just done a 32.7. So yeah, they're definitely probably on different fuel loads at the moment. I mean, a difference in 3 lap older tyres wouldn't be that big of a difference. There could also be the possibility that Leclerc may be running the C1 compound and Norris is running the C2. So there are two obviously types of hard compounds available, but we don't get that information here on what compound of tyre they're actually running, which is a shame. I thought we did initially, but my information was incorrect. So McLaren seem to be hiding their pace. Yes, yeah, I think so. Yeah, they're definitely doing something. I mean, they're very confident. Zach Brown's very confident, as is. I mean, Lando's just kind of like casual as always, but Yeah, there seems to be a confidence around the team, so we'll see. Have I got the speed traps? I do. I'll show you them in a bit. Hands are kind of a bit tired at the moment. Pressure is always going to be there as a second driver in the RB Red Bull seat. I think when the first questions arose about Perez, they should have tested at least with Yuki. Yeah, I think so as well, which just makes you think that, one, they never truly had belief in Yuki, or two, Yuki was there purely because of the relationship with Honda. I do think, unfortunately for Yuki, he was tied down by the Honda deal. I just think they always put Yuki in, because he got promoted quite early as well from F2. He had pace, but I think he was very raw. And he probably could have done with another season in F2. But they put him in early because of the deal with Honda. So, Mila. She can't hear the music and stuff. That's only on the headphones, so it's just me talking. But she's used to my voice. 18 driver speed, because Verstappen and Albon are in the cars tomorrow. So it'll be only 18 shown on here tomorrow as well. Because I believe they're splitting the responsibilities tomorrow again from every other team, as they've already done. So where's that time again? So Norris a 32.3, a 34.2 from Leclerc. So yeah, definitely it could be a difference in compound of tyre, but the fact of it, there's a 2-second difference there between the two per lap clearly indicates that they're running different fuel loads, different maybe setup configurations, or it could be that there's a change in engine map as well, engine mode. So they did put Yuki and tested him, but I don't know how. I don't know how, like, that post-season. I think Honda apparently, I think if I remember rightly, I think Honda really pushed for that post-season test for Yuki. I think they were quite reluctant to do it. I swear I've seen that somewhere, reported somewhere, that Honda pushed for that post-season test for Yuki. So they never ever had any, and that's the fact of it. That's his first test with Red Bull since he joined. Clearly shows an indication that they were never going to promote Yuki to the Red Bull team. They had no interest. He was there purely as a reason to satisfy one of their partners, their engine supplier. Which is a shame for Yuki, because I feel like he at least deserved an opportunity to test and to at least try and maybe, I mean, even have a few races or whatever with them, if that's even possible. But I do also think, unfortunately for Yuki, he hasn't been faultless in every single season that he's been in F1. He's been in 4 seasons now, and he has many highs, but he has just as many lows as well. And I think, yeah, he hasn't, unfortunately for him, the bar for him has always been higher for him to get an opportunity in that Red Bull seat because of his links to Honda. He had to prove to them, look, I'm more than just my link to Honda. And I don't think he's been able to do that. Which driver's going to get the most wins this year? Oh, I mean, if it is going to be as kind of close as we think it is, and there's going to be multiple race winners, it could be that the person who doesn't get the most wins actually still ends up winning the championship because they get the most podiums or they get the most second places. We could see that happen this year. What about Mercedes? They're doing okay. Antonelli's now run 55 laps. I mean, I will say McLaren and Mercedes and Ferrari, very consistent between teammates. Very consistent. If you look at their fastest lap times, like not nothing to separate the two of them, or the two teammates, or across those three teams. Lawson, like Red Bull and Sainz are the outliers really, because of course they're running on their own all day, but that's pretty good going. Yeah, Norris lapping consistently in the 32s, isn't he? And that time's coming down as the fuel's burning off, as he comes down again now, across the line. That last lap, what was it? 32.267. That's almost an identical lap time he just did there, I'm pretty sure of it. How about Charles Leclerc? 34.733, 37.46. Wow, they are they're so consistent, aren't they? So consistent. I'm pretty sure Lando's lap time didn't even change. He did an identical lap time as the one before, and Leclerc's just kept his lap time within the same tenth. I think they lost in faith in Yuki after Gasly cooked him in 2021. I don't know. I think there's more to it than that. I think for Yuki, and this has always been my criticism of him, and I did it in the breakdown video that I did in a deep dive into his career in F1, is that he's still making the same mistakes over and over again, and he is able to kind of put himself in good positions, but he often throws away good point scoring positions as well, which if you're looking to promote someone into the top team, that's not good. But I still think he's done enough to be given an opportunity. But that's it. Aston Martin looks jittery, like they have handling issues. Do you think Newey can save the car this season? Maybe he can, but it depends on whether or not they want him to. What would Aston Martin want? This is the thing, is that there's the balance. Do they admit that this season isn't going to be good for them and they just write it off and focus all on 2026, and a bit of cheeky extra wind tunnel time will do them some good? Or have they got obligations to their sponsors that they need to finish in a certain position in the constructors and their investors and get that prize money? Who knows? Personally, think that Lawson is better than Yuki, but they should still give Yuki a chance. Yeah, I mean, look, in the long run, I think in the short term, it's too difficult to say that Lawson is better than Yuki. I think Lawson, and I think that's probably Red Bull's outlook on it as well, is that Lawson's ceiling is probably higher than Yuki, because he's been able to come in that car twice, do a short amount of races, and be pretty close to Yuki, sometimes beating him. Yes, Yuki out-qualified him a few times this year, but one of those times was in Mexico when Yuki crashed and brought out the red flag and stopped Lawson from improving on his time and potentially getting into Q3. And when Yuki did out-qualify Lawson, you're talking less than a tenth between them. I think about 3 times that was the case. So, yeah, I think there's also that as well. Yeah, she's sleeping comfortably. Co-host is taking a nap. Will the 26 regs be faster than now? No, I don't think they will be. I think they're expecting the times to be the same. That's what they're saying, but I'm not sure if they will be. I think they'll be slightly slower, and then they'll probably get quicker over time, as they always do with new regs. So, I mean, get the regs. Don't worry about the speed of the cars. They're always going to be quick. Just focus about getting the regs right, doing what you want them to do, and then the teams naturally will find performance in those regs as the years go on, and the cars will get quicker. Is Tommy Hilfiger making Ferrari's clothing? Don't think so. I think they've got a partnership with is it Gucci, Louis Vuitton? One of the Italian brands. Yeah, it seems that way, Busy. Yeah, they're definitely focusing on long runs, McLaren. They're probably very comfortable knowing they've got pace in hand and they don't need to do those performance runs. So They are, Lee. You heard correctly. They are removing the fastest lap point this season. Not many spin-offs or technical problems. Pretty reliable, but times are not telling us anything. We won't know much. Besides, McLaren started 6th and 8th last season and won the title. Exactly. I think it's more so just you're just trying to pick out where the cars may look weak, aren't you, in testing? So it was evident yesterday that Ferrari, they had a bit of rear instability through turn 4 and turn 13. And today, they looked like they've sorted it and it was a lot more balanced. But also, you don't know specifically what configurations they're running. Were they setting up the car particularly for other corners and other areas of the track? And they weren't so focused on turn 4 and turn 13. Yeah, I've said this before. There may be times where they go, yeah, look, we don't really care about the overall lap time. We're focused more on how the car is going to be for the middle sector. We understand that it's going to be a bit jittery through turn 4 and turn 13 or through the first couple of corners, but we're more focused on how the car set up the way it is going to handle in that middle sector, and vice versa. Top speed or how the car will handle with low rear wings, low downforce configuration through these quick corners like 13 and 4 examples, things like that. So many different variables, and we don't know what the teams are actually planning to achieve and what they're looking out for in those. But we can make our assessments, our assumptions. It's fun to do so. Puma is the sportswear brand for Ferrari, yeah, but they aren't the actual like clothing brand. So they make the merch, but they don't. There's obviously like suits and stuff like that they provide, like the smarter clothing. That like for Mercedes was provided by Tommy Hilfiger, and it's the same for like I think it's Gucci. I think they wear Gucci suits or Louis Vuitton suits. 2 more teams for 2026 or other years. So there is, in the Concord agreement, Emma, sorry, apologies if I messed up your name. In the Concord agreement, which is the contractual agreement between the FIA, F1 and the Formula 1 teams, there is a provision in there for 12 teams on the grid. We've currently got an 11th joining next year in the form of Cadillac. They will be starting off with... who's providing them engines next year? Who's providing Cadillac? My mind, I've just gone blank. Who is providing the engines for Cadillac for the first few years? It's not Mercedes. Is it Ferrari? Are they using Ferrari engines? Cool. It was going to be Renault. That's why I drew a blank, because I know it was going to be Renault, but they've shut down their engine department now, haven't they? Armani, that's the one. I knew there was an Italian brand that I was missing. Armani, that's it. So yeah, instead of Tommy Hilfiger, it's Armani for Ferrari with their clothing. Okay, so it is Ferrari engines, yes, because they said they're going to be able to bring an engine in 2028 Cadillac, which is strange, really. That whole deal was very strange. There's clearly something between... I don't know what went on between Andretti and with Liberty Media, but evidently it's the same deal, the same terms that Cadillac are joining F1 as what Andretti had proposed. The only difference is that Andretti has stepped down as the owner of the team. He is still on the board of the team and will play an influential role, but it won't be named Andretti, it will be Cadillac. They obviously wanted a brand name, a manufacturer name on the team, or there was something not right with Andretti between them and Liberty Media. But yeah. But they'll be bringing in their own engine in 28, I think it is. So for 2 years they'll use Ferrari engines, and then there'll be a Cadillac engine. Cadillac will be functionally the new Ferrari feeder as Haas switches to Toyota. Yes. Yeah. Do I think Bottas will join Cadillac? I think he'll be eyeing it up. I think there'll be a number of drivers eyeing it up. Bottas, Perez. Ricardo says he's done with F1. Sonoda. There'll be a number of drivers eyeing up that seat or those seats. Will Cadillac? I don't see Cadillac putting in an American driver from the get-go. Can you? There's no decent American driver who can jump straight into that F1 car. I think they might line up that Ugo. Apologies, his last name misses me by. He's in F3 this year. He's a promising young junior driver, American driver. But I don't think... There's always been talks about Colton Herta and things like this. I don't see any of them having the speed to jump straight into Cadillac. I think for the sake of just throwing an American driver in there. I mean, I could be wrong. Maybe there's someone I don't know about. Ugo Chukwu, that's it, yes. That's why I didn't remember his name, Jamal. So, yeah. I think he's the man that they might bring on and be like, yeah, you're our reserve driver. You're part of our academy team. And the deal will be in like 2 years' time when we're fully Cadillac engines, fully Cadillac supported. We have our own young American driver in there with a seasoned, experienced driver alongside him. I think that'll be a good approach. So, Jack Crawford, is he American? Is he American? Well, this is it. They've spoken about an Indy, but the problem is with an IndyCar driver is that is he going to be quick enough? Is Colton Herta going to be quick enough? Is Pato O'Ward going to be quick enough? I know Pato O'Ward's Mexican, but he's still like North American. I'm not sure any of them. What's the point of joining F1 and then just because they're an American driver or a North American driver, languishing at the back of the pack? Like, what's the point of bringing in a Logan Sargent just because he's American? Like, why? You're better off having a solid driver partnership that can provide a stable starting point for your team, develop the car, and then you bring in Ugo, you bring in a decent young American driver, and go from there. Joseph Newgarden. Yeah. Isn't he a bit old? How old's Joseph Newgarden, though? He's not young, though, is he? He's like mid-30s. It'd be quite a risk to try a mid-30-year-old over Bottas and Perez. I know they're mid-30s as well, but at least they've been in F1 since, for years. I think Crawford and Perez is the most likely team for Cadillac, experienced driver and young American talent. Yeah, I think Perez will be there because I think just purely because of the amount of money that he brings to the sport. Like, there'll be quids in, won't they, Cadillac, if they bring in Perez. So, how come Honda doesn't fancy setting up their own F1 team? I think they've been there and done that. So, I think they're happy. They've got a happy medium with their with other motorsport ventures and with the engine partner. So, 40 minutes remaining, guys. Lance Stroll was on a fresh new set of hard compound tyres. Bortoletto there. Okay, so Charles Leclerc is on 6 lap old hards now. And his lap times are a bit quicker than they were previously. 33.8s, but interesting to see if those times get slower or quicker as fuel burns off, obviously with tyre deg as well. Maybe if Toyota decide to buy Haas, maybe they'll end up deciding to try and come in again. But the problem is that I think Honda would like to. I think for them financially, it makes sense probably for them to buy a team. But who do you buy? There's not really any teams going for sale, other than maybe Alpine potentially. But then I'll be interested to know who's going to be that 12th team. Who will be that 12th team? What happened to Renault? So Renault is Alpine now, but they stopped their engine manufacturing department. So I think that's the first of them admitting that, yeah, they're looking to asset strip and wind back operations and look to sell the team. How would I predict Lewis's season? I'm just going to say positive. I'm going to put my predictions up later on this evening, Robin. So I just got to finish off some editing, and it will be posted later on in a few hours' time. Around this one, of course. Audi's joining next year, Lee. Yes, they take over the Sauber. They take over Sauber next year. Eighth. You think Lewis will be? Oh, well, win his eighth. Sorry, I thought you said Lewis will finish eighth in the Drivers' Championship. Lots of laps on the board today, guys. By the way, lots and lots of laps from the teams. Hadjar and Sonoda are combined 120 laps. You've got over 100 laps combined for Piastri and Norris, or 110. Bortoletto and Hulkenberg over 100. Ocon and Behrman over 120. I think that's over 130, actually. Sainz 108 on his own. Hamilton and Leclerc over 100. I mean, wow. I think the only team to do less than 100 laps at the moment is Aston Martin. Lance Stroll on 41 and Alonso on 45. Yeah, it's like the sports car brand, isn't it? Of Alpine's a sports car brand or sports car department of Renault. So, okay. It is nice. She'll get big soon. She won't be able to do this for much longer. We'd love to see Lewis get his 8th, but next season, want to see Norris get his 1st this season. Ooh. How do I assess the W16 during day 2 testing? Difficult one to say. Seems to be, I mean, we don't know what they're doing. I mean, George Russell went out there to do some performance runs earlier on, and he was always kind of pipped by Lewis. And we don't know what fuel they were running, engine modes and so forth, but I can't imagine George would look at that and be too happy, even if it's testing. But we've seen Kimi Antonelli. I haven't really seen much from George Russell or any issues from him per se. Kimi Antonelli's locked up a lot. I don't know if it's driver error. I don't know if it's due to the car. He's locked up a lot yesterday and today. And it looks like they've got a very, very flexible rear wing. Too much so. I'm surprised that won't be cracked down upon. I'll be surprised if that isn't cracked down upon. So, yeah. I think they've made progression. It looks a bit more stable. Still looks a little bit of a handful in areas. But my kind of like, I'm still expecting not a lot from Mercedes this year. So, she is, yeah. Ship, sleeping. She's fast asleep. She wouldn't go asleep in her bed. So, I've taken over while the missus is out tonight with her work friends. She's getting ready. And, yeah. Mercedes have stuffed up these regs, yeah, and that's kind of that's my assessment on things, is that even if they've made improvements, they haven't made improvements enough to catch up to the other teams. They're still best of the rest, I guess, but they ultimately are a year behind. And I've said it earlier on in the stream, I wonder how long they're going to commit to this season. How long, if they don't come out the gates strong, or at least like in a window where they know they could win races or fight for podiums consistently, how soon will it be before they write this year off and just focus totally on 2026? And that's going to be the same for a lot of teams up and down the grid as well. Mila. Would I stream free practice? Yeah, I normally get to stream as much as the free practices as much as I can. As I said, normally for FP1, I'm normally at work, working day. I normally can make FP2. But yeah, the Friday, sometimes I don't get to stream free practice, but I stream every session I can over a weekend. So that's normally FP3, sprint qualifying, sprint race. If it is sprint qualifying, the sprint race weekends, I normally try and finish work a touch early, get my work done or carry on my work afterwards so that I can do those streams. But yeah. You didn't even notice her. How long's she been asleep for now? "26 minutes past. I think she fell asleep on the hour. No race speed. We'll be back here tomorrow, mate. Good to see you. She didn't wake up. Where's Verstappen and Albon? They'll be in the cars tomorrow. Keep her off the monster. What do I do for work? I'm a quantity surveyor, Lee. Work in construction. Quantity surveyor. She can't reach the pedals yet. She is very... I do think she's going to be one of those that just skips crawling and sitting up. She's just going to go straight to walking. She very much likes stretching her legs out. She's got strong legs. Fair old kick on her. And she likes being held up, standing up. About 40 minutes. Thank you, Ply. Thank you. We'll see if she wakes up in 5 minutes. 45 minutes is like her wake cycle. So yeah, we're going to get her, what is it, those jumperoos. So you put them in the seat and they're like standing up because she likes being supported and stood up. She hates like sitting down. Go back to sleep. Go on, go back to sleep. See if she goes back to sleep or if she stays awake. If you could go back to sleep for another half hour, that would be great. Or not. Or is she due to wake up? I don't know. She's due a feed, is she? She's just woken up. So. Hello. Everyone's been watching you sleep. Daddy daycare stream, yeah. They just train them. Yeah, that is true. That is true, Emma. How long did the rain hold things up? Yeah, about an hour this morning. Yeah, about an hour. We've had some drizzles. We've had some drizzles in the afternoon, but nothing too serious, thankfully. He's like in a daze. Like, where am I? Oh. Right, what's going on track? We have 30 minutes remaining, guys. 30 minutes remaining. No additional hour today after, obviously, the rain being holding us up, or the power cut holding us up yesterday. So, Bortoletto. What's Antonelli doing? Antonelli's doing hard run. So 33 frees for Antonelli. Not too bad. That's around the window. Not far. Hey, Jimmy. Do I play any other video games other than sim racing? Not so much now, no. I used to, but I kind of just spend most of my time sim racing, really, when I've got free time. Although I have been playing Ghost of Tsushima a little bit. I downloaded that. That's a really nice game. On the ultra-wide monitor as well, I've got. It's amazing. Why is there a change in season opener this year? Ramadan. So Ramadan is on, obviously, earlier in the year. And because Bahrain and Saudi are the first 2 races of the year normally, they've been moved to accommodate that. So Ramadan would have completed when we then head to Bahrain and Saudi. So we've got the first 3 races of the year: Australia, China, and Japan. So yeah. Any ideas to improve sprints? Read somewhere better to pit teammates against each other so you get rid of top 10 from 10 teams and mandatory drive through pits at least 2 times. I don't know. I feel like the sprints. How do you improve sprints in general? I don't know. I mean, maybe you just mandatory make it that everyone has to use a soft tyre. Like, the soft tyre just has to remain. Like, you have to keep it on because the soft tyre will always degrade at some point. So I guess that's kind of the problem, because we know realistically F1 drivers going at 100% all the time, there isn't going to be a lot of overtaking because of like equal performance and because of DRS and things like that. So if you mandatory the start on softs, then you know that there at least has to be some form of management throughout that race to get to the end. Some may go too hard early on and then they get caught by those who have been managing the tyres at the end, or some may oversave. Like, I feel like maybe that. But you hate it because the fights just come from different quali pace and race pace, and I feel like sprint race screws it up. Do the full race on wets, yeah. I think the overall sprint race weekend format has improved. Wow, that sounded like there was a police chase outside. It feels like it has improved, I think, because of the mainly being able to change setups after the sprint race. I think that's really helped. But hello. What's on my face? Yeah, don't grab that. UFO. Norris in the pits. So you're going to do a push lap right at the end and go to the top of the timing sheets, or are they happy with what they've been doing? The problem with sprints is DRS trains. Yeah, which is why I think you need the soft tyre. So the medium tyre just does. The medium tyre just doesn't degrade enough across the sprint race duration. Some tracks it does. So we saw in particular, like at Circuit of the Americas, George Russell was flying to start off with, and then he like really dropped off, didn't he? In that sprint race. But yeah, I think the soft tyre would really help with that. But that's about it really in regards to actually improving the sprint race. So be more exciting to race in reverse gear. In an F1 car, that would be very challenging. Leclerc should go for a fast lap. I think he's comfortable being in third, to be honest with you. I think they're comfortable with what they've done. But Antonelli's hard pace isn't too bad. 33's not too bad. Not too bad, is it? Not too bad. You're due a feed, aren't you? See if you can make it 24 minutes. Not long, not long. I think 26 removing DRS will be interesting to see what happens to sprint. Don't headbutt me. Careful. What would be the next step for Lewis if nothing goes his way this year? Hey, just dig deep and you just forget about it. Take the positives. It's a clean slate again next year, as it is for everyone else. And yeah, it's a clean slate for everyone else again next year. And if it doesn't work out this year, you can. It's a fresh new start. So, does a headbutt hurt? No. It's more so for her not smashing her nose into my chest, so she doesn't hurt herself. Hey, it's okay. Okay. Get ready for 20. Yeah, if it doesn't work this year, you just get ready for 2026, and that's what a lot of teams and a lot of drivers will do. So it'd be interesting to see the attitudes of a lot of drivers, like Alonso as an example. I'm intrigued to see his attitude this year. I really am. Like, if things aren't going well for him, which I don't think so. Oh, come on, it's okay. It's okay. Come on. There we go. Say hello to chat. Not gonna stand up, sit up, no. I think she's hungry. God, I love baby shit. Right, Norris, is he on a push lap? I can't tell what tyres he's on. He had DRS open down into turn 1. So maybe he is. Let's see as he heads up into turn 4. He has DRS open. This is a push lap from Norris. How quick will it be? Let's find out. Through turn 4. What's the first sector time? 29.022. Only 10th fastest, so no. He's 3 tenths off of Sainz's lap, so it's going to be an improvement on what he's already set, but it's not going to be anything up to the quality of Sainz and Hamilton, that's for sure, and Leclerc. Leclerc's been consistently lapping around the high 33s to 34s, by the way. So he's been having some good pace on those tyres, even with 18-lap-old tyres. Antonelli hasn't been too bad either, to be fair. Norris again improves. 4th fastest in the second sector. So 2 tenths behind Sainz. So this is going to be an improvement for Lando here with the tail end of the testing session. One last corner. Where's he going to go? Where's Lando going? Oh, he's diving into the pit lane. Damn him. If you don't mind. I've still got 20 minutes left. If she can last that long, I'll feed her. Then, yeah. Get a 40-minute sleep. She's had a 3 o'clock nap instead. Now you're all cheery. Now she's all cheery. Nah, she's not smiling now. Oh, she's a pro podcaster, yeah. Oh, right. Not long to go, guys, of day 2. Thank you for joining us. Our co-host has left us. She's had her nap. She's slobbered on the jumper. So, I think she likes her mum more. Yeah. She likes the height sometimes of like standing upright. So sometimes I just have to stand up with her. So, yeah. Stuffy kids mean no more F1. But Lando, is he back? He's back out there, isn't he? He's back out there again, so he's probably on the same set of tyres. We'll see. Did they put on a new set of tyres? He came into the pits. They did put on a new set of tyres for him. Okay. So this is his out lap, Lando. So he should be on a push lap this time. Let's keep an eye out on him. Yeah, they did a pit stop, and I think they put on some new rubber. So let's see. What's going on with that Williams? We reckon that pace is going to last. Oh, he's gone into the pits again. Are they just doing pit stop practice? I think they're just doing pit stop practice. I think it is genuine pace. But the thing is that the other teams can go quicker. I think that's the key here. Is that it's a great lap, and Sainz has done tremendous today, 120 laps on his own. But I think ultimately, all the other teams can go quicker, and they've still got lots in their back pocket. So, but I don't think in times gone past, the past few years, as I mentioned before, I don't think you ever would have seen, regardless of the run plan, regardless of the engine mode, I don't think you would have seen a Latifi or a Logan Sargent up there, or even Alex Albon at the top of the timing sheets. So, yeah. I mean, let's have a look at his long runs. Last lap was a 36.0. So this may be a worry I say a worry for Williams, but look, you can see there their pace at the moment. That don't know what fuel load, etc. But 36.2s at the moment. Like long runs on the hards compared to Leclerc, who's doing 34.5s. So Antonelli doing 33.9s. That's kind of like the difference. That's quite a substantial difference there, isn't it, in lap time? But we don't know how much. I mean, Sainz may be running full fuel, so we don't know, but still. Yeah, I do expect them to make improvements. I mean, you can't expect to have a driver lineup of Sainz and Albon and not provide them a better car than what they've previously had. You don't know how long you're going to have this driver partnership for, with respect, as a Williams team. Because Sainz is looking to get back into a top team. He wants to win races. He wants to fight for a World Drivers' Championship. And he believes that he is still quick enough and good enough to be at the front of the grid. He's not going to do that with Williams unless they absolutely turn things around for 2026. It's most likely still going to be the usual suspects of Ferrari, Mercedes, Red Bull, McLaren. And Albon is also looking to do the same as well. So you need to make the most of them while they've got their contracts, their 2-year contracts. So otherwise, you're just going to waste an opportunity and waste a driver partnership. Not many midfield teams get a driver partnership like this. Got to go all in. Exactly, yeah. Yeah, you've got to make the most of it. Will Russell ever get a World Drivers' Championship? Yeah, I think he will at some point. Yeah. Yeah, I think he will. I think it... Look, it's like everything in F1 and every season. There are many drivers who have the potential to win a World Drivers' Championship. But getting the car, or having the car to do so, doesn't come along that often unless you're fortunate enough to be able to position yourself at a team where they can get it right. I mean, yeah, Mercedes may absolutely get it right with their engine again next year, and they're the team to beat. And then you would think George is in the ascendancy because he's only got his rookie teammate to beat, who you'd expect he has more experience, etc., etc. So yeah, but I think George has got potential to win a World Drivers' Championship. Whether he can or not, who knows? I feel like McLaren and Aston are hiding a lot of pace. I think personally Aston are... Ooh, I don't know about Aston. I'm still not convinced by Aston. I'm still not convinced. But yeah, I mean, Alex Albon did say about Carlos Sainz. He was in the commentary box with F1 TV and Sky, and he did say about Sainz, he went, yeah, he's got up to speed with the car very quickly. That's clearly evident, isn't it? That's clearly evident. Russell is definitely World Drivers' Championship material. Sainz 122 laps. Okay. He needs laps, yeah. Sainz is the best after Max. Charles Lewis, I think he's proper good. Bold claims, Jimmy. Don't rate Lando or Piastri? No? Will Lewis regret leaving Mercedes if they are back on top next year? No, because I think he left Mercedes. So the reason why he will not regret leaving Mercedes is because of a couple of reasons. And the first one is probably the biggest one, as Lando is out on fresh mediums, by the way, guys. Go on, Lando. Do an actual run for us. Don't come into the pit lane. Do an actual run for us. Just before I go on to the Lewis Hamilton reasons. Lando is actually doing a timed lap for us, so we'll keep an eye out on his lap, on his push lap here, and see what he can do. So Lewis left to Ferrari for a couple of reasons. First one, it's Ferrari. He's at the tail end of his career. And the second one is the fact that Mercedes only offered him a 1+1 year contract. They weren't willing to offer him a 2+2 year contract. They also weren't willing to offer him an ambassadorial role at the team, which is what he wanted. They weren't willing. They wanted to pull back basically from all the commitments they'd previously made to him about his off-track ventures and stuff. And Ferrari went, "We'll give you the 2+2 year. We'll give you all the money and backing to do your off-track ventures and support your causes." And Mercedes went, "No, we want to change." And I think a lot of that at Mercedes was due to the change in leadership. The guy who had been leading it for around 30 years left. New management, and they have a different approach. And look, time isn't on Lewis's side. He's at the very end of his career, and like a team like Ferrari has just offered you a 2+2 year deal. As interrupting myself, Lando has just gone fastest in the middle sector. A 38.1, but he is a few tenths off of that first sector. Could Lando jump to the top of the timing sheets here at the very end of the day? He couldn't, could he? Oh, he's such a tease. Lando's such a tease. He dives into the pit lane and doesn't give us that last sector. He went, look what I can do. Nah. Oh, you're such a tease, Lando. Could he have got fastest lap there? He was about a tenth. He was about a tenth back. He needed a tenth in the last sector. He needed a tenth and a bit more in the last sector to get first place, and he dived into the pits, sandbagging. He did go wide actually out of the last corner, so he might have. So he might have not have got that with that last corner exit, but still, such a tease. He definitely would have jumped to the top of the timing sheets there or towards it. So, but yeah, going back to it, Lewis is at the tail end of he's at the end of his career. Ferrari comes knocking. They offer you what you want. Why would you stick around at Mercedes? Go somewhere where you're wanted. At a team, an historic team like Ferrari. You've then finished your career. Even if he doesn't win a World Drivers' Championship, he would have ended. He's most likely going to end his career with winning F1 races, because I think he will win at Ferrari. I don't think he's not going to win a race with Ferrari. He will have won F1 races at the three most historic teams in F1. McLaren, Mercedes, Ferrari. What a CV. What a CV. Yeah. So, yeah, Antonelli, 80 for that. So, as we got 10 minutes remaining in this session, guys, let's have a rundown of the standings at the moment and what we've seen today. So, Carlos Sainz, one of the two drivers, him and Liam Lawson, to run every single session today. So, every single session, the AM and PM session. 125 laps for him, and he has the fastest lap, 129.348. So, that was in the afternoon session. So, Lewis Hamilton, who is in P2, 45 laps for for him. We did have an interrupted rain hit morning session, so they lost about an hour, which is why Lewis has only done 45 laps. And a few of the other morning guys have only done around that as well. He did a 1:29.379, and well, that was quickest in the morning session, and then Sainz has pipped that in the afternoon. But tremendous from Sainz regardless. The Ferrari looked much more comfortable this morning and this afternoon in Charles's hands, so definite improvements for the Ferrari. 83 laps for Charles Leclerc. 1:29.431, only 0.05 of a second, half a tenth separating Hamilton and Leclerc. And then in P4 is George Russell, 1:29.7, with Antonelli a 1:29.7 as well. Only 0.06 of a second separating the two Mercedes drivers, so even closer in their fastest laps to the Ferrari teammates. Lance Stroll was in P6. Yes, you heard that correctly. Lance Stroll in P6. 56 laps from him. He did a 1:30.22. Lawson, 89 laps for him. He did have an engine leak or a water pressure issue in the morning, which meant he only did 28 laps. He's now on 89 overall, and he's done a 1:30.2. Doohan, 78 laps for him, 1:30.3. Good going for Jack Doohan. He's done more than double the amount of laps as Pierre Gasly, and that's good going for Doohan because every single lap that he does in testing and now until most likely the inevitable replacement of Franco Colapinto is him having is an advert to every other team up and down the grid that he is worth taking on, but he is more than capable of being in an F1, being on the F1 grid. Pierre Gasly, 40 laps in P9, 0.06 of a second behind his own teammate, so close between those two. Hadjar in P10, 92 laps from him this afternoon. That is a considerable amount of laps in one session. Fernando Alonso, P11, 45 laps, a 1:30.7. Tsunoda, 46 laps, a 1:30.7 as well. Piastri and Norris, the sandbaggers. McLaren, 13th and 14th. We just saw Lando Norris potentially about to set the fastest lap of the day again, but bailing out of it and diving into the pit lane. Both of those drivers doing more focus on long runs today rather than performance runs. Only a couple of hundredths separating them as well, less than a tenth, of 1:30.8 for both of those drivers. Bortoletto and Hulkenberg, bit of a difference between those two. Bortoletto did a 1:30 point flat and Hulkenberg 1:31.4. Stake F1 cars have been more towards the back of the grid, really, haven't they, for the last 2 days? And then knock on Behrman, Haas are just doing their own thing, doing some high downforce runs. Running their own sessions, pretty much doing their own thing. And there we go. Why is Max not there? He's in the car all day tomorrow, whereas Lawson was in the car all day today. Just want Leclerc to go set a fast lap. I know. Well, he's just done some. He's just looks like finished his race sim or his long run simulation. So maybe he'll come out for one last run. Who knows? Who knows? Let's see. Is there going to be some last-minute glory runs here? Will Antonelli do a fast lap? No, he's on 19 lap. He's on 20 lap old hard compound tyres now. Is Liam Lawson coming out on fresh set? We'll see. Oh, Liam Lawson's out on a fresh set of mediums, so he's going to go for a lap. Surely. Anyone else out on a fresh set? Don't think so. Sainz now into the pits. 126 laps completed for him. Anyone else? I think I saw. Is there any movement in the Ferrari garage? I don't think so. Lewis morning and Charles afternoon. Is it the same for tomorrow? I don't know. I'd be surprised if it is the same for tomorrow because I thought that. I mean, surely you'd want at least them experiencing 2 different sessions at some point during this week. But yeah. Oh, Lando's going for another run. Lando's going for another performance run here. He is on a 3-lap old set. Well, he's on a set of tyres. I think he's on that same set that he did earlier. So let's see. Let's see. Lando for the first sector. What is it? Is it green? No, 29.0. 29. Oh, DRS has been disabled. Why has DRS been disabled? Is it raining? Why have they disabled DRS? Is it raining? No, the only time they do that is now DRS is enabled again. That was bizarre. Or is that just a test? Are they just testing to make sure that works? Because why not? There we go. Ah, yeah, this is them. This is what they do in the last 5 minutes of a test session, is that they test all the functions, don't they? They did this earlier on, so... So Liam Lawson isn't going to get that performance. Well, he may still get it. He may still get one opportunity at it. They just cycle through all of their, all of like the functions, really. Just to make sure everything works. Do we get to see Lewis dive into Merc pit just like he did in the past? Maybe. I don't think he will, because the colours, the overall colours are very different. Red and silver and that. Black. Thank you for the subs, by the way, guys. DJ Izor, much appreciated. And just Synths, much appreciated. And anyone else who's subscribed in the meantime, thank you very much, guys. Of course, we only have 3.5 minutes left of this day 2 session. We'll be back tomorrow for the last and final day of testing. And then, well, it will be full steam ahead to Albert Park, Melbourne, Australia in a couple of weeks' time, where we will be here for every single session. So I hope you've enjoyed the 2 days thus far and the chats. Of course, testing is very difficult to try and ascertain what teams are doing, but of course the first practice session is where we'll truly get a sign of where the pace is of these teams and be a bit more interesting. So hopefully you'll join us for that as well. But yeah, continue to hit that like and subscribe button, guys. Be much appreciated, that's for sure. And my predictions, my predictions for this season, which I did film before testing. I filmed them Wednesday, so I wasn't able to get it edited Wednesday night or last night, but it will be up tonight, and when we can discuss those predictions, and you can tell me how wrong I am with my predictions tomorrow morning when we are back for, obviously, the final day of testing. Now, red flagged. Oh, it's just them testing. Just testing red flag. So, yeah, just testing systems. It's what they do 5 minutes to the end, just to make sure, one, everyone gets it, because it's all linked up to the cars. So... But yeah, I think that's it. No one else is going to get a run because of this red flag system being tested at the end. Liam Lawson did stick on a brand new set of mediums. I think they were hoping that he'd be able to get a flying lap in, but unfortunately not, it seems. So I don't think there's going to be any improvement here. As I said, I'm going to do a bit more of a deeper dive tonight to see if I can figure out exactly if there's any info on what Haas are trying to figure out here this week and what their aim is. Because it's a very different approach to everyone else up and down the grid, it seems. And they've been doing that for 2 days now. I wonder if that will be the case for a third day, or if they'll take a different approach tomorrow. No one knows where Haas are pace-wise. Even when they've gone for push laps, it's been very different. I'm just looking at the top speeds again. Ollie Behrman and Ocon are in the bottom of the... they're at the bottom of the timings of the speed traps. Funny enough, the fastest... So let's show you guys the speed trap, shall we? Let's go here. So this is what we've got speed trap-wise. And, well, you can see that Sainz fastest in the first sector, but look at that over the right-hand side. Norris, 200 miles per hour at the top there. 3 miles per hour quicker than his teammates. Of course, his teammate was in the morning session, not the afternoon. You can see Hamilton and Leclerc, 196 to 195 miles an hour in the speed trap, which of course would be down at the end of the start-finish straight. So, pace in hand for the two Ferraris, eh? Pace in hand, because that's quite a considerable pace difference there in miles per hour. So, could be setup, could be fuel load, of course, having a bit more drag. Yeah. There we go. And there we go. Green light, pit exit open, formation lap. And that is it for day 2, everyone. Carlos Sainz tops the timing sheets with a 129.3. Who would have thought we would have said that today? We all have high expectations, I think, for Carlos Sainz. We know what he's capable of, but still, he's in a Williams, and for him to top the timing sheets is interesting. Is interesting. You're a bit worried about Ferrari's race pace, lapping 134s or McLaren lapping 132s. I think the reason they were doing 132s is 2 reasons. We don't know what compound of tyre they were using, Catchy. While it said they were both on the hards, it could be that Ferrari were on the harder compound of tyre, or McLaren were on the medium elements of the tyre, like so C1 or C2. We don't know what tyre compound they were on. Also, we don't know fuel loads. You could see there that McLaren evidently had a higher top speed, which really kind of indicates that they had either a higher engine map or they were running less fuel. Ferrari might have been running a lot higher fuel, so there's a couple of reasons there. I presume that they were running more fuel, not running maybe as high of an engine mode, which is why those top speeds weren't as high. So yeah, it won't be, their race pace won't be 1.2 seconds per lap difference come the first race in Australia. So is this part 2, Selby? Yeah, part 2 is about to end. We have just finished testing. So just finished testing. We have the AM session and the morning, the PM session. So yeah, we've just done a second 8-hour day of streaming. So thank you everyone for continuing to tune in. As I said, continuing to hit that like and subscribe button. So we've had 123 new subscribers since we started streaming yesterday. So thank you everyone for tuning in and welcome. Hope you've been enjoying these watch-alongs. And yeah, there'll be more content coming your way. Of course, predictions this evening. And yeah, more F1 and F1 watch-alongs and sim racing content as well. So I have a new sim rig chair to put on my rig. I don't know if I'm going to do that this evening or if I'm going to do it this weekend. But yes, guys, that is it from me. Thank you for tuning in. As always, we'll be back again at 7 AM tomorrow. Have a lovely rest of your evening. Hit that notification button for when my predictions video goes live, and we will see you tomorrow. Thanks as always. Bye.